What's CAPRI all about? Let me just say to you, I think this think tank is enormously important.
I think CAPRI is a brilliant idea and a really exciting new player here in the Asia-Pacific region.
CAPRI is a nonprofit, nonpartisan, independent research organization focused on enhancing global resilience, promoting innovative governance, drawing from the experiences of the Asia-Pacific.
CAPRI is really the first think tank of its kind, focusing on public policy, not just here in Taiwan, but throughout the region.
We are living in an age where the pace and scale of change is greater than ever.
I find that the Asian voice is actually a minority voice because there are very few people speaking out for Asia.
The diversity of the area is both its biggest challenge, but also it's possibly its biggest richness. That diversity will also provide many different ways of attacking a problem.
We're dealing with so much change all the time, and so we have to be resilient.
Well, resilience is really the capacity to absorb, adapt, and learn from it. And of course, this is not just about to threats, but also to ongoing challenges that each system is facing. So resilience is about adapting, and it's a continuous process.
To be resilient, you need to have not only sufficient cushion to allow unthinkable to be addressed, but you also need to have kind of a comprehensive structure. So it is not a single dimension.
In many cases, simply recovering is not resilience. We should be able to recover fast and in a way that we're not going back to the same old state as before.
We learn from the past as we think about the future.
We're facing new problems as a world. We need new thoughts and new ideas.
We need to empower people and to let new and free thinking take root.
Well, here in Asia, innovation is a byword because everyone is innovating, and the whole world is looking at Asia because of its innovations.
We survive on globalization. We cannot afford to go back. We can only move forward and look forward. And that is why CAPRI has come at a time in a place where I think the world pivots towards again.
There isn't a think tank tradition in Asia. I think CAPRI is a really important institution in this regard because we don't actually share enough of our experiences and our ideas in this region. Every country is seeking to deal with the same challenges or similar challenges, and we're all approaching them in different ways. So it's important to share that experience and learn from it.
I wish that CAPRI can continue growing, and I would like to see that this will be the global, not only regional.
Institutes like CAPRI will give us the opportunity to develop some commonalities among us.
And so CAPRI can become like an honest broker between the public sector, not just in one particular country, but right around the region, and between the private sector and academia as well.
CAPRI's core purpose is to educate the public and policymakers, stimulating discussion on some of the most pressing issues facing the world today, breaking down silos of thought to produce practical, actionable policy recommendations.
I hope CAPRI can be a leading light for the members to respect and to trust, because it is fundamentally placing the society's interests at forefront.
My expectation is that CAPRI will continue from a very promising start to become a major force for good public policy in our region.
Yeah, let's work together more and try to really build CAPRI into a reliable and reputable institution going forward.
讲了吗？哎，没有打，要打没有打。那我就现在讲。Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Welcome to CAPRI's annual forum. A quick reminder, we're 5 minutes away from the start of the forum, so please start to make your way to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, the event is about to start in 3 minutes. Please find your seats and ensure your phones are switched to silent mode. 各位嘉宾，我们活动即将于3分钟后开始，请各位贵宾就座，同时也请记得将您的手机转为震动模式。The forum will start in 1 minute. Please make your way to your seat. 各位嘉宾，活动即将开始，请各位嘉宾尽速就座。看你的表。Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all of you who join us today at the Center for Asia-Pacific Resilience and Innovation's second annual forum. The forum is co-hosted with CAPRI USA, the National Bureau of Asian Research, the Partnership for Health System Sustainability and Resilience, Nikkei Asia, and Commonwealth Magazine. My name is Phoebe, and I will be guiding you through today's proceedings. Before we start, please remember to switch your personal devices, your cell phones, to silent mode. If you need to take an urgent call, please take it in the elevator lobby or outside the restrooms. Thank you for your cooperation. Also, please note, in the unlikely event of an earthquake, Please remain calm and follow safety procedures by seeking cover under sturdy furniture or against an interior wall. We are privileged to host an esteemed lineup of speakers for the next 4 hours with a short tea break in the middle. So please sit back and enjoy the lively discussion. And without further ado, I invite Professor Syaru Shirley, founder and chair of Center for Asia Pacific Resilience and Innovations Board of Directors, to the stage to introduce today's forum. Professor Ling, please, a round of applause to welcome Professor Ling onto the stage.
Hello and welcome. Welcome to the Center for Asia Pacific Resilience and Innovation. Welcome to our 2024 annual forum, Changing Currents, Innovation and Transformation for the Asia Pacific. I'm delighted that so many of you are able to come here in person. At the beautiful Songshan Cultural and Creative Park, for which you can see we order the perfect weather. And just a note to follow up on what our Master of Ceremony, Phoebe, said, there are several staff members with red badge on, and you're wondering what's that? Well, we have an emergency protocol just in case, and they are able to help you with first aid or any kind of emergency that may happen, and we hope not. In addition to those joining us online from across the globe, we would like to share with all of you our ideas about how the Asia Pacific can prepare to navigate its future. Only a month ago, Taiwan experienced its biggest earthquake in over 2 decades. The island as a whole demonstrated remarkable resilience in the face of this natural disaster. This was not the case 25 years ago for many of you who actually were here. In 1999, when the 9/21 earthquake killed thousands of people, the situation was much different. A multitude of actions and individuals contributed to the relatively minimal impact of the April 3rd earthquake in 2024. Successive governments enhanced safety protocols, including including strict building codes, which limited the number of damaged buildings, and the private sector developed comprehensive business continuity plans that have been put to the test this year. More importantly, civil society, including many leaders, contributed to the relief effort. Some of these leaders will be speaking today here. They were on the front line as responders. It is in this wake that CAPRI is celebrating its 2nd anniversary. We were founded in 2022 to enhance global resilience and promote innovative governance by drawing on the experience of the Asia-Pacific experience. Through research and convening, CAPRI is reaching policymakers across industries and disciplines and borders, as well as educating the leaders of both today and tomorrow through its work with universities, think tanks, and policymakers. And thank you all for your support. 1 month from today, on June 6th, a little preview. CAPRI has invited Professor Thomas Finger, former Deputy Director of National Intelligence and Chairman of the United States National Intelligence Council, to Taipei, where he will share insights on the role of intelligence in US and China policy making at National Jeonju University at a public forum. It is opportunities such as these that can help inspire future policymakers and drive the work that we are doing. A year ago, CAPRI hosted its inaugural annual forum, and looking at the faces, many of you were here for that. Thank you for a second visit. We were focused on the region's emergence from the pandemic. In the 12 months since, we have continued to analyze the resilience of the region's health systems in the post-pandemic era as a member of the Global Partnership for Health System Sustainability and Resilience, a partner in today's forum. CAPRI has also just released research on misinformation, disinformation, and vaccine hesitancy in 3 Asia-Pacific countries, building upon our 2021 research on the triple challenge of COVID-19 vaccines in the region, all of which you can find online, and we have some hard copies in the back of the room. This research is highlighting how transformative technologies are contributing to both the challenges the region faces and their solutions. Beyond our health systems research, CAPRI has contributed to work by the National Bureau of Asian Research, also a partner in today's forum, about the reshaping of economic interdependence in the region. As Taiwan elected new leadership this January, CAPRI wrote in-depth analysis of what the election results mean for the US, for China, and the future of Taiwan, for China Leadership Monitor, the Council on Foreign Relations. You can find more about our last year of research, convening, and impact in the 2023 CAPRI annual report, available in print today, also in the back, and on our website. Today's speakers came to Taipei from across the globe to discuss some of the critical challenges that the region faces. These include the role of AI, drones, satellites, and other emerging technology in the future of good governance, as well as green technologies, energy policy, and disaster resilience. Our discussion today will offer some solution, but no doubt will throw up countless more questions, which we hope to investigate with you going forward. I look forward to all of these sessions and hope that they can inspire you. It's my pleasure now to introduce today's keynote speaker, Governor James Gilmore. Governor Gilmore grew up in the Fan District of Richmond, Virginia, for those of you who are familiar with Virginia, and graduated from University of Virginia with a BA degree in International Relations, Russian Area Studies, and a law degree from the University of Virginia School of Law. In 1993, he was elected as the Attorney General of Virginia, and 4 years later, he was elected as the 68th Governor of Virginia. Governor Gilmore has long been an international and visionary leader. During his tenure, his administration established the first Secretary of Technology cabinet position in the nation. Governor Gilmore led trade missions to Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan in 2000, his last trip here to Taipei. A loyal member of the Republican Party since the age of 17, Governor Gilmore has dedicated himself to serving his country, running twice for the GOP presidential nomination. Prior to his involvement in state politics, he served as a U.S. Army officer stationed with a counterintelligence unit in Germany during the Cold War. He later served as chairman of the Republican National Committee and chaired the congressional panel known as the Gilmore Commission, assessing America's capability to respond to a terrorist attack. Governor Gilmore served as the U.S. representative to the United States mission to the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe from 2019 to 2021, appointed by President Trump. As a seasoned statesman, Governor Gilmore is highly qualified to speak on governance and today's topic, conservative internationalism. Let's extend a warm welcome to Governor Gilmore.
Thank you, Professor Ling, for setting the stage for our keynote speech, which is going to be delivered by Governor Gilmore. And Governor Gilmore is going to address a critical and timely question: can a divided America lead in a fragmented world? The tension between internationalism and isolationism. Governor Gilmore, the floor is now yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to address a distinguished group of people here today from the Taiwan community and all the others who are joining us this morning. I'm honored to have been given the opportunity to be the keynote speaker in this very significant conference, and we're all grateful that you're here and that you'll be participating in this and also in public affairs far beyond the conference. So we're delighted that you're here, and I'm very happy to have a chance to do this. Bear in mind that America is a Pacific nation. Sometimes I think here in this community and communities in Asia, we seem a long way away across such a vast ocean. But the truth is that the United States is a Pacific nation, and we have stake in this area, all in this part of the world. So it's no surprise that we would have an interest, and I'm happy to be able to underscore that today. So really the topic today is, can a divided America lead in a fragmented world? Well, look, don't pay too much attention to the divisions in America. Somehow we always manage to settle all these things. We are a democracy, a republic. We argue with ourselves. We get into real controversies. But the resilience of America is that we can deal with these issues so successfully and overcome them through our own political systems. So the question is, can America lead in a fragmented world? I'll talk about that, but at the end, I will tell you that the answer is yes. America can provide leadership. We can do that, particularly in this, at this moment in time. It feels to me like we are at a real crossroads right now, with the post-World War II period, the post-Cold War period winding down now, and the emergence of new major powers in China and in Russia, together with the United States and others. It's a difference between their outlook and the outlook not only of my country, but of your countries all across the Western Pacific. The difference here is that there are countries that have a different view, a different worldview of what the future should look like. You can't really underscore that, you can't really soft pedal this. Both China and Russia have a different idea about what the world should look like. I like to talk about it as the society with the knock on the door at night. We've seen it all down through history, particularly in the 20th century. Authoritarian countries, governments believe that they have the power to really control their citizens entirely, and it usually ends up manifesting itself with the knock on the door at night, and people being taken away to be interrogated, sometimes beaten, sometimes murdered, in the name of an authoritarian government or an authoritarian country. That is what we are dealing with right now. Let me talk just a moment about that. People's Republic of China has an entirely different way of looking at the world than the democracies across the world. They believe in the control of people, the cutoff of information, which is not going now to the people of China, so that they have a different worldview that's more in line with their government. Whereas we in the West believe in the complete openness of information so that we can decide for ourselves as individuals, not as part of a collective, but decide for ourselves as individuals what the world should look like. Monitoring people everywhere that you go in these authoritarian countries. There's even a report that, which you all are of course aware of, a social scoring type of approach in China. Whereas if you really behave a little more freedom or a different point of view, you may get not such a good social score, which could have all kinds of negative consequences. These are the elements of control of people that don't really exist across the world today, except in these countries, but these countries intend to extend it if they possibly can. I was doing some reading about the People's Republic of China in preparation for this talk, and I noticed that what they're really saying out there is that rights of individuals, rights of citizens, rights of human beings come from the state. We Americans don't believe that. From the very beginning of our independent nation, back in 1776, we have rejected the idea that rights come from the state. Rights have been designated in our Declaration of Independence of coming from God, or at least from the nature of human beings. I think that we can all agree, no matter what our particular faith or what kind of religion that we have, that we can believe that human beings absolutely want to be free people in the world today, and some of these countries don't want that. They believe that the best future is the control of people. You know, it's not working for the Chinese Republic. There have been polls out there that show that within the in the Asian South, East Asian nations. That organization, they were polled and asked what the future should be like. And the answer there was that 7 out of 10 of the peoples of those countries preferred the future that the United States offers, together with our allies and our friends. In Africa, there's been a great deal of discussion about the Chinese moving into Africa and beginning to expand their influence there. But the same poll showed that only 22% of the people polled in Africa in those particular countries within that poll believe that China is the correct model for the future. Now, these are very good things, because it means that we still have an opportunity to win the conflict which is upon us, that this conference is just beginning to address. Russia is the other country, and one that, of course, I'm intimately involved with as the former ambassador to OSCE, Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, where I was the United States ambassador and located in Vienna, Austria, dealing with 57 other countries, virtually the entire Northern Hemisphere. But Russia has no central organizing theory. Their whole idea that they used to have of communism is gone. At least it's gone in Russia. And now we see that there is no organizing principle. Putin only has one organizing principle, is the reestablishment of a great Russian empire. I can report to you that there are people all across the globe, and especially centered in Europe, that want no part of being part of a Russian empire. And they're prepared to resist, including what we're seeing right now in Ukraine, which I believe is the pivot of the future. Iran also is a country that now wants to drive Israel out of the Middle East, which eliminates, of course, a key American ally in the Middle East. But their goal is to drive Israel out. But they're not going to be able to consolidate a future. The Shia and the Sunni countries are too much at odds with each other. Iran's not going to be able to do that. So North Korea is another country that wants to create difficulties. But at the end of the day, they really can only be a supporting player for these other countries. America can lead. America has led. But the discussion that we're seeing right now so often is America first. Well, I tell you now that there may be a sense in America of America first, but it is not America alone. America is stronger. Our country is stronger. We are your best ally when we work with other people, and we know that we have our friends. Yes, the United States can lead. We all know the basic facts. Our gross domestic product in the United States is a little over $27 trillion. The next economy behind us is China, 17, almost 18 trillion. Russia, 4 trillion. So the United States is a powerful economy, which then, of course, supports our philosophy and our activity together with our efforts and our friends. But I might mention that we also have a debt in the United States that many of my colleagues worry about. In fact, our national debt is $34 trillion. So it's something that we're going to have to address. But in the meanwhile, the American economy is powerful and then supports our geopolitics and the friends that we have across the world. The Declaration says that rights are human rights, that they come within the laws of nature. That's within the American Declaration. The Declaration says that human beings are endowed with these rights by their creator or by nature, not by the state, and not by control of people, their liberties, their rights, their way of life by the state. Not that. We have independent rights that come independently from any state. And what do we stand for as Westerners, as people who have allies both East and West? We stand for democracy, we stand for the rule of law, and we stand for human rights. And people live this way because of those restraints upon a state, whereas some of these countries believe that that role is unlimited. When I was at the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, we talked about the priorities that we were facing and that we were trying to do, and it is consistent with the philosophy that I'm laying out here in this keynote speech. My goal as ambassador was to reassure our allies. We should reassure our allies because so many people are trying to teach our allies and the citizens of our allies that America is not dependable, that we cannot lead because we are divided, because we're in controversy, and we're an undependable ally. That is a lie, and it is a deliberate lie that is put forward by our adversaries that wish to create a darker future for the 21st century. So my goal was to reassure our allies, as I reassure you today. My goal was to draw countries that were not decided about the future to the United States and to our allies. My goal was to message to the world that we were doing the right thing and communicate to the world. My goal was to stop Russia from trying to invade Europe and upset the entire status quo in Europe and try to create a large empire. And my goal was to speak to the Russian people. Because you see, ladies and gentlemen, liberty exists in the hearts of every human being everywhere. Everybody everywhere, including the Chinese people and the Russian people. And that is a fundamental truth. If we are able to speak to them, then they, of course, sooner or later will stand for their own rights, the rights that they inherently have, which are not granted by a state. And that is why China is cutting off information to the Chinese people, because they understand the danger of good ideas and ideas of liberty and freedom. The second element, though, I think of leadership is respect. I believe that what we're seeing in large measure today, and I hear it over and over again, is China thinks they're not respected. They seem to have an insecurity among themselves that Americans and our allies don't have. We're a very secure people, but the People's Republic of China government seems to be insecure. So when I was at OSCE and I was speaking to the Russians, I was letting them know that we respected them. And we do respect the people in these powerful countries. We respect them very much. I remember that America sometimes gets a little too strong and a little too aggressive. You all probably all like movies, don't you? You like movies? Sure. Well, there's a musical, an old movie called 1776. It's my favorite musical. You can look it up sometime, and it really is a musical about the establishment of America at the time of the Declaration of Independence. And I remember in that movie, John Adams said, well, we just have to tell these people what to do. We have to tell them what to do in order to establish our Declaration of Independence so that we can start it. And Benjamin Franklin was quoted in the movie as saying, John, you can't just order people around like ribbon clerks. They're real people, distinguished leaders of their states. I don't know if Benjamin Franklin said that or not, but it sounds like him. Respect. If we give respect to our adversaries as well as our allies and our friends, that goes a long way to undermining the way that, that these things are going in the world today. The third, that's something that I actually learned by reading Shirley Lynn's book, which is America really needs to be thinking about the impact of what we do on other countries. For example, our CHIPS program, where we're beginning to bring back our industry within the United States in order to make sure that we're creating some independence for ourselves, and that we have to recognize the bearing that that has on Taiwan and its industry. Why should we do that? Because Taiwan is our friend, and we have a stake in the success and strength and friendship of Taiwan, as well as so many of the other countries across the world as well. There's a lot of discussion about President Trump and a deliberate effort to inject fear, not only in the American people, but in the citizens of our allies as well. But I report to you, as many people in this room know, that the United States just passed a support bill, a very key support bill for Ukraine, and a key support bill for the Middle East and Israel, and a key support for Taiwan. It's an important message that America is sending by the passage of that bill. That bill probably could have been stopped. It probably could have been stopped. But Speaker Johnson decided that it was something that should be done, and he took a political risk by pushing it forward, and then he flew to Florida to see President Trump and discuss the matter with him. And they came out and had a joint press conference, and President Trump said, I support the speaker. And he also said that he had a reason why the money that American taxpayers are given perhaps should be loans. There was a working together in order to advance this interest, and that would not have happened if we had a potential president there that was going to be a problem for our allies and for the rest of the world. Let me also say very quickly, we don't know who's going to win that election, ladies and gentlemen. President Biden very well may be reelected. It would be normal for a president to be reelected. It would be normal, and he may very well be elected. But it's a close election. President Trump is under consideration, not only in America, but among the citizens and friends of our allies as well. The United States has done the right thing in order to try to create peace in the world. And we're entitled to some respect of our own and some credit for trying to make the world a safer and better place. I remind you that we have over time, over the last number of years, reached out to Russia in order to try to create friendship. And we feel betrayed because that's now been slapped back in our face. Also with China, the most famous example, where we normalized relations with the People's Republic of China. We did not expect then the Chinese would turn out to be aggressive and to try to create a dominant power of their own in the Western Pacific where we have interests. We didn't expect that. So we've done everything that we can do to extend the hand of friendship, and it's been slapped back into our face. And Americans think about that as we move forward, because we will protect ourselves and we will lead and protect our friends. That's what America does. The people of the world are with us. The citizens of America, the citizens of Taiwan, citizens across Europe, the people are with us. In my view, over time, we will see that the people of China and the people of Russia are with us. Why? Because human rights and liberties exist in the breast of every human being. And that's why the authoritarians are going to have so much trouble over the long run. They're not going to be able to proceed successfully to try to put the state and dominate the state over everybody, because the dominance and destruction of human rights, the knock on the door, is not within the breast of every human being, and liberty is. The people of the world are with us. We all have a common purpose. You only need to think back to what we saw at Tiananmen Square. The idea of liberty in China was there. It was crushed, but only temporarily. We saw it in Russia in 1989. That was a really good moment when democracy might have prevailed in 1989. With discussions between the Americans and our allies and the Russians. That has been crushed by Putin, but only temporarily. Ukraine demonstrates the love of independence, sovereignty, and the liberty of people that exists in the breast of every human being. And these are the principles that I put forward and that we put forward, and it is a leading principle. And I can assure all of you today that as we go forward, the answer to your question is, even though we are a country that argues with ourselves, the question is, can we lead into the 21st century? We will never lead alone, but we will be able to lead. Thank you very much for the chance to be with you this morning and deliver this keynote.
Thank you, Governor Gilmore, for this very reassuring and powerful message that USA will be our friend and showing us very strong support. Thank you very much. And please, another round of applause for Governor Gilmore for that reassuring message. And that, yes, like the pursuit for human rights and liberty lies in every human being's hearts. Now, while our team is setting the stage for the next panel discussion, I would like to draw your attention, take this moment, to the QR code on your bracelet. So do we have like a bracelet with you? You all supposed to have a bracelet with you. So there is a QR code on your bracelet. By scanning the QR code, you will be directed to the CAPRI website, where you can learn about CAPRI's mission and values and find details of the previous events, research, and plans for 2024, and full recordings of previous events are also available on the website, including Professor Wei's discussion earlier this year at the National Taiwan University about the importance of fostering international talent. And it is also very important to know that you can also find CAPRI's research publications on how to build more healthy, sustainable, and resilient societies on the website. And now, I wish to introduce our first panel discussion, Economic Dynamism in the Face of U.S.-China Decoupling. To guide us through this complex topic, I'm very pleased to welcome Alison Słowinski, Vice President of Research at the National Bureau of Asian Research, as our moderator. So now I would like to invite the moderator, Alison Słowinski, to the stage. Please, with a warm welcome, to welcome Ms. Słowinski, please. Thank you. And while Ms. Alison Słowinski is taking the stage, I would also like to invite the following panelists for this session of discussion to join our moderator. Mr. Michael Wills, Executive Vice President, National Bureau of Asian Research. Please join us on the stage. Yu Song, President of East Asia Institute. Please join us on the stage. Gulshan Sachdeva, Professor of Jawaharlal Nehru University. Please come and join us on the stage. And last but not least, Syaru Shirley Ling, Chair of CAPRI. Please join us on the stage.
Well, thank you so much. It's a great pleasure to be here, and thank you so much to Shirley and all of the coordinators of this event here today. It's quite impressive. As introduced, I'm Ali Słowinski. I'm the Vice President for Research at the National Bureau of Asian Research, NBR. We're a Seattle, Washington, and Washington, D.C. based think tank in the United States that looks at policy issues specifically related to Asia. And so we're really pleased to have with us here today a great panel to kick off this event. I am, along with my colleague Michael Wills, co-editor of an NBR flagship program that we run annually called Strategic Asia. Each year we examine emerging trends in Asia, and the most recent research that we've conducted, which all of these experts here contributed to, looked at some of the emerging economic shifts in Asia and how they're playing out for different countries and some of the subregions in Asia. So, given the intensity of the strategic economic competition between the United States and China, the trade relationship between the two countries, growing talk of decoupling or now increasingly de-risking, we undertook to really examine the perspectives of these countries, how they're navigating some of these currents and how they're undergoing some of the strategic economic transformation. So I'll dive right in. As each of our speakers was introduced a little bit earlier, so I won't go into too much detail to introduce their biographies because I want to give them a chance to talk here. But we're going to start on this end with my colleague Michael Wills, who, in addition to being my co-editor for many years on this program, Strategic Asia, is also our executive vice president at NBR. And then we'll come down the line here, and Dr. Sun, who contributed a study on Korea, will speak to the findings of his research, followed by Gulshan, who focused on India, and then Shirley here will round us out on Taiwan. So to kick it off, Michael, can you open us up by touching on kind of understanding why these economic shifts in the region why this is important for us to look at why some of the trends that we're seeing are unfolding and what exactly are we seeking to understand here.
Sure, thank you, Ali. I think we've seen a trend over a number of years that is partly driven by US-China strategic competition, but it's also been influenced by some other shocks to the international economic system. The pandemic was one of those, massively disrupting supply chains. Russia's invasion of Ukraine, as Governor Gilmore was just talking about, also affecting supply chains and shipping. We've seen accidents in the Suez Canal that have had a massive impact on global trade. And so I think for a number of years, governments have been increasingly concerned about economic security as a more fundamental item in their policies. And so what we tried to set out to do in this particular book was look at 6 countries and 1 region in the Indo-Pacific and ask the question, well, there's a big debate about economic de-risking, economic decoupling. Is it really happening? So I'll just make 3 broad points to summarize broad conclusions from the book, and then my fellow panelists will be able to dive deeper into the countries that they wrote on. So the first point I would say is that, yes, de-risking is real. It's real and it's here to stay. Every government across the Indo-Pacific, every government really in Europe is increasingly concerned about economic security. They're worried about securing imports of critical materials for their own economies. They're worrying about dependencies on other countries that might weaponize economic dependence. They're tightening export controls. They're screening investments more thoroughly. And so you see this trend toward de-risking, diversification, friendshoring. This is widespread now. It's playing out in different ways in different countries, but it really is here to stay. The second broad conclusion is that de-risking is very complicated. You know, most of the economies we're talking about are also deeply entwined with China. We've spent decades now building a global supply chain where your investment, your manufacturing, your research and development might be taking place in China. And so it's very difficult for governments to balance the national security concerns that they have on the one hand and the economic growth needs for their countries on the other. So there's a real tension taking place within policymaking communities across the region. And then thirdly, I'd say, and one of the key conclusions that our authors reached in this book is that reshaping economic interdependence across Asia, it's creating dilemmas, especially for the business community. We're seeing an environment right now where governments are changing policies, they're changing regulatory frameworks, and if there's one thing business hates, it's uncertainty. But unfortunately, I don't have good news here. I think the next 5 to 10 years we'll be in an environment where policies will continue to shift, and that's really going to make it difficult for the owners of large companies to decide how best to navigate this challenging environment.
Great. So, Dr. Sun, Korea, kind of to follow on some of those themes that Michael teed up for us quite nicely, Korea is a security partner of the United States, a very, very strong ally, but is inexorably linked with China economically. So how is Seoul navigating this, navigating the U.S.-China economic competition and the pushes for decoupling while also seeking to achieve its own national interests?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting, including me in this great panel, and I'm really honored and pleased to be a part of this. South Korea is, I guess, it's a perfect example that the country is deeply embedded in the web of economic interdependence. And also it's as an American ally, and at the same time, it is squeezed between United States and China in terms of geopolitical situation. So you face the dilemma of economic interdependence and the national security, how to find a right balance between this commercial interest and geopolitical security interests. For the past 6-7 years, South Korea have faced the dilemmas and risks and challenges exactly on this score. South Korea is the country that, like I said, deeply interdependent with the major economies, United States, China, and Japan. And at the same time, South Korea has an asymmetric economic interdependence with these three economies. Asymmetric means that, yes, it is deepened economic interdependence, but South Korea is more dependent on those three economies than those three economies dependent on South Korea, which creates structural vulnerability and which creates incentives for those countries to use economic interdependence as a tool to serve their geopolitical, geoeconomic interest. And South Korea initially encountered China back in 2016 when so-called THAAD, high altitude missile defense system, is an American missile defense system introduced to Korea. China opposed to it and exerted economic coercion to the Korean companies operating in China. So it is an attempt to use economic interdependence to force South Korean government to change its foreign policy, security policy. The second example, 3 years later, Japan, under Prime Minister Abe, did the same thing. They made export control of three key semiconductor chemicals, not to export to South Korea. I mean, control that. And Japan did it because the country won South Korea's foreign policy towards so-called history issues. In this case, it's an issue of forced labor, wartime forced labor. And in the meantime, Trump administration also tried to apply Section 232, which is a national security clause to restrict South Korea's exports of steel and aluminum products to the United States, and there's a negotiation and compromise. So for the past several years, this is what South Korea underwent, and it is an issue of economic interdependence, but at the same time, national security issues are involved, and South Korea has to navigate through economic interdependence, which easily securitized and weaponized, and how to make a right balance between continuing commercial, economic interdependence, while at the same time you're securing national interest vis-a-vis the key three players in the region.
Great, thank you. So India is a little bit different than some of the other countries in the region, especially the ones that we've been focusing on in this volume in this study, mainly just in terms of the depths of commitment with the United States, but nevertheless still faces some of the similar challenges in terms of navigating the winds of economic change, the decoupling trends between the United States and China. So can you just touch a little bit on India's role, its growing role economically in the region, and how that plays into its strategy for navigating these issues?
Thank you. Thank you, CAPRI, and thank you, Shirley, for this wonderful opportunity and invitation. Well, we looked at India-China decoupling in the context of not just only US-China decoupling, but also, the India's growing economy, India's increasing external economic engagements, India-China tensions, and of course, US-China decoupling and the whole Indo-Pacific narrative. So within this broader context, I think this is what we try to look at the situation. Now, India was always a big country. India was always a democracy. And you said different, India was always different in one way or the other. But what has really happened in the last, I would say, 25 years in India is sustained 6 to 7% economic growth. That has its own strategic consequences, and India's economy is also opening up. So as a result of this, what you have is today more than 35 strategic partnership India has signed, including with the United States, with the European Union, with Japan, with Russia, and with many countries in the global south. We also have close to 20 trade agreements now. But of course, during this period, India's relations, particularly economic relations with China, has also increased. I mean, India, in the 90s, trade was negligible with China. Now, for the last 20 years, China has become India's one of the major trading partners. And now what has happened, but India's approach towards China was always very different, very cautious. So trade has increased, but as far as investment from China, technology linkages with China was still very, very minimal. At the same time, India never participated in the Chinese BRI. At any project, India was very critical of many of the projects. So in that sense, India had, even much before the decoupling, de-risking debate, India was already kind of looking China in a much more critical manner. But after what has happened, the global, decoupling at the same time, particularly India-China border tensions, so Indian government took many steps basically in the context of decoupling what we are discussing. Starting with, India was the first to kind of ban more than 300 Chinese mobile apps. We took many steps to reduce Chinese imports, investment screening. But more importantly, what India has done after that, all the areas where basically we looked at those areas which are dependent on China. So the government of India has started the production link incentive programs to many of those areas, including with the semiconductors. So really, boost Indian manufacturing in those areas where they are dependent more on the Chinese. Now, we looked at all the data and many studies which have been done on India-China trade. So what we really find that, yes, some of the Chinese imports do hurt Indian industries, but at the same time, they are also very, very critical for some sectors and also for exports. So this is what the dilemma, like anybody else, India is also facing, and it has very serious policy implications, which we can discuss perhaps if there is a time. So yes, I mean, it's important. India has been very, very cautious, but the trade relations have gone. And even after decoupling measures, in fact, the trade with China has actually increased in the last 3-4 years. That has the same is happening perhaps with Europe and US, with other countries as well. So this is the kind of dilemma I think India is also facing, like anybody else. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think the case of Taiwan is particularly important and relevant for this conversation because Taiwan is really at the forefront of what you have labeled the China dilemma and what both of our previous presenters have already touched on for their own countries. Taiwan has also a very complex security relationship with the United States and those strong economic links with China. So can you talk to us a little bit about how Taipei is managing this dilemma and navigating through it?
Thank you, Ali. And it's such a pleasure to be here, to have National Bureau of Asian Research as our partner and to have my fellow authors from the volume that I have never met to meet here in Taipei. I've met the other half of our 9 authors in Washington, D.C. when we launched the report. My entire research staff, actually, team at CAPRI helped with this chapter. So we're very proud to host you here today because what NBR is doing exactly is what we like to do, is to really bring the Asia-Pacific experience to help the world in innovation and governance. And in that light, Taiwan is a very, very special example. I want to highlight 2 years ago, CNN wanted to do a program on the hotspots of the world. And I said, hotspots? Which number are we in the series? They said, we're going to go through Ukraine, we're going to do Kyiv, and then we're going to do South Korea, then we'll do Iran, and then we'll do Taiwan. And I said, Taiwan does not fit in this at all. And they said, well, why? That was a 5-hour conversation, and they killed the series. So the long and short of it is Taiwan is very unique, very much the sharpest focus you can have on what I call the China dilemma, because just broad background, Taiwan today continues to trade Basically, China is Taiwan's most important partner. 40% of the trade between of Taiwan's trade, two-way trade, if you include Hong Kong, is still with China. And this is after years, of course, of the Taiwanese government trying its best. And when you say Taipei, Ali, I think you wanted me to talk about policy and government, but I want to broaden it to the societal level because CAPRI's work is about societal resilience. As a society, how do we become more resilient? Economically, Taiwan is a powerhouse. Of course, South Korea was in that list of hotspot. And I think South Korea and Taiwan has a lot in common, very focused on hardware, very focused on China, very natural complementary partner to China, and very close to Japan and the United States in security. With all of those in common, of course, Taiwan is still very special because China has a much more long-term goal of including Taiwan as part of China. And therefore, what Taiwan has actually, when Taiwan came into globalization, when reform and opening in China started, actually Taiwan was the most cautious of all of these partners. India, South Korea, I think everyone jumped in hoping for more, and it was a very easy discussion with the society, but Taiwan not so. So if you look at the United States with export control and with investment restrictions, Taiwan has always had those restrictions vis-a-vis China. It is not something new. However, as the world globalized and integrated the supply chain, Taiwan became part of that supply chain and became very successful. However successful it was, societally, there was always anxiety and fear that this is going to have spillover. The economy spilling over politically and societally. This is something rather new as US-China decouple, but nothing new in Taiwan. What is new in Taiwan, of course, is after all of this integration, we see now Apple still makes phones in China through Taishang. And if Taiwanese business are supposed to follow their OEM customers, unless the US stops making in China, Taiwan will not stop making in China. These are public companies. These are companies that are beholden to their shareholders, to the society, their jobs. And so I think if you talk about decoupling, Taiwan has been quite remarkable. As the order comes down from top down and the environment completely changes in Washington, Taiwan now has reduced its foreign direct investment outward to now only 50% of cumulative FDI are in China, but still, that is $200 billion. Our society, our economy, depends on China in a way that is really not like no other, because to be resilient, we need to be economically competitive. To be competitive, we needed to be in China. And now as all of this is changing, and as Governor Gilmore says, we need to pay for our own defense. How do we do that if we're actually being squeezed and we're trying to actually pay for the decoupling? So I think at the heart of it is, how does the US incentivize partners and allies to actually help with de-risking or decoupling, and at the same time become more economically competitive and resilient so that we can all be safer?
Thank you. So I want to maybe look a little more specifically and look sectorally for, I think, Shirley and Yule, because there, as you mentioned, Shirley, are some similarities in what Taiwan and Korea are doing in this space. So can each of you touch a little bit on the importance of technology in the technology sector as these countries navigate exactly what you just touched on, Shirley, and you know, looking specifically, each of you talked about semiconductors in your study and your chapter. So just kind of explore those themes a little bit further.
That's an important and difficult question. The recent case of America's Chips and Science Act that leads South Korean semiconductor companies to apply and receive subsidies from the American government and make significant investment in the United States. And at the same time, it the companies, applied and received subsidies, have to comply to the guardrail, clauses, which means that the companies who, received subsidies need to restrict their trade and investment. They have to restrict the controls of those. So, which for the companies, the largest market is China, and they feel real competitive pressure from the Chinese companies, semiconductor companies. So restricting investment to their Chinese, factories means that they might lose competitiveness. So this is a real problem for the companies. But at the same time, Shirley just mentioned that it is a national security issue. So how you compromise your business between the two, and the issue that comes up to the minds of Korean researchers and government officials and also company is that how you define the national security interest in this particular case, because U.S.-China strategic competition and America's view of national interest vis-a-vis China is quite clear and quite clearly mentioned in various government documents. But for South Korea, yes, China is a challenge, is a risk, but you never define as a threat to South Korean security. Actually, South Korea does not really have direct security conflict with China. So that's the area that the two countries really need to discuss and consult, that how much security, national security interests are involved in this particular case, and how much of national security interest are concerned in a particular technology, which South Korean companies might not think that it is directly a national security interest, but American government or American companies may think that is a crucial national security interest. So we need to discuss and consult. We need a consultation mechanism to, discuss these issues. Otherwise, there will be a continuous complaints from the from the Korean companies about this particular problem.
Thank you. I want to just put a disclaimer. Thank you very much, TSMC. Thank you very much, MediaTek, for being CAPRI's first and very important donors. And so nothing I say reflects anything that they would otherwise say. We are about innovation and governance. And the reason they supported us very clearly because innovation to CAPRI means both technological innovation and innovative ways of doing things, innovative policy. And I think because of this, they're very interested in public policy, in seeing the best that Asia Pacific can bring to the world. And in that light, I would say that technology and innovation is the dream, should be the dream of every country as they move from middle income to high income. Taiwan has deserved that spot in the world. It has become a high income society through innovation, hard work, and of course, at the same time, promoting values that Governor Gilmore just highlighted. Democracy, freedom, with all that, we can still make chips. It's quite incredible. I'm sure you've been reading about the culture clash in Arizona, how we can't get people to do those things that a democratically raised person would do. But here is proof. In Taiwan, you're free and you're still sitting there doing the things that you should be doing, making the economy more competitive. But this is a very big issue for onshoring, I think. As the United States wants to onshore, it has to bring back manufacturing. And frankly, Americans have a lot of choices. Harry Harding and I both teach at University of Virginia, and our students can work at a software company and design, go work in a foundry. I don't know how likely they're going to work in a foundry, even if there's a foundry in Virginia, but the whole prospect of bringing jobs back to the United States through onshoring, I think is a separate question from whether how Taiwan should deal with the fact that it makes 92% of the most advanced chips in the world, and suddenly it's become a problem for the world, a problem for us, while we're trying to promote democracy. So I think this is a fundamental issue of how do we trust the global system, the rule-based world order, when everything we do is compliant with this structure, and suddenly, of course, we have to comply at our cost. And I think that the separate question for Taiwanese is, in 30 years, do we only have a semiconductor industry to rely on? That's a separate question. As a high-income society moves forward, and that's my personal research, we have to find diversification, new ways of actually making a society more innovative. We actually need more lawyers, more bankers, more of everything that makes this society more resilient. So at the moment, we're in the really crossfire between US and China in terms of the weaponization, the securitization of all aspects of technology. Everyone is concerned. As more and more things become securitized, what is next? How hard is it to make actually outward investment and to receive investments, and how difficult will the export control scheme architecture be for compliance? These are really huge efforts that have just been introduced the last few years. Everyone is trying their best, at the same time trying to actually make the economy more diversified. So I think if I could answer this in a macro way, this is a huge challenge for the entire society. At the government level, because the old style of industrial policy 1.0 is gone. Late 1980s, we introduced the entire ecosystem of semiconductor, and all of the success has brought on, of course, now new responsibilities. And I think this is something that everybody here, sitting here, I see many people in industry, in academia. There are experts here who know much more than I do, who could talk about the design, the software aspect, because today, fundamentally, Taiwan is still a hardware-based manufacturing society. And for that, for us to move forward, we have to do a lot more, and that's why we have the next panel. A little bit of an ad.
Great teeing that up. So for India, Gulshan, if you could talk a little bit about the shifts that India is undergoing in terms of its previous kind of traditional approach to trade, particularly trade agreements, and some of the shift in strategy towards how it interacts with other countries in the region on trade.
Well, I think there is a significant shift which has taken place in the last, I think, 2 or 3 years. As you know, India was very cautious about trade agreements, at least for the last 10 years. Between 2012 and 2021, India did not sign any major trade agreement. I think the reasons were 2 or 3. One was that, the impression within the policy community was that India did not get full benefits from earlier trade agreements, particularly with ASEAN. And secondly, exports for many years were kind of stagnant. But now, I think exports are picking up. So India has signed now 3 or 4 agreements, one with Australia, with UAE, with Mauritius, and recently we have also signed with EFTA countries. And there is also possibility that very soon we'll have, by the end of this year, perhaps even before that, with the UK, and then later on, negotiations also very advanced with the European Union. So as things are changing, and even on the investment matters, I think there's more clarity. So now India has been very, very cautious, but now I think there's more, I would say, more confident India in that sense. And you also know that in the last minute, India also moved away from the RCEP. But that possibility is always there, that India can come back, once things are settled, and then they have more confidence, even in the RCEP as well.
Thank you. So with the remaining few minutes we have, and in the very strong spirit of our Strategic Asia program, I'm going to ask each of our contributors to touch a little bit on some of the policy implications of all of the themes and shifts and trends that we've just been talking about. What do they mean for each country's policy trajectory, and what are some of the things that you would really highlight for policymakers to be paying attention to and potentially take action on in the years to come? So we'll start with Michael here on this end. Michael, if maybe you can touch a little bit on the United States, or if you have any other thoughts kind of for regional leaders more broadly, and then we'll come down the line here and conclude with Shirley.
Okay, and I know we don't have a lot of time, so I'll be sharp. I think the US government will continue to be focused on competition with China. That's been a consistent trend from the Obama administration through the Trump administration to the Biden administration. And as Governor Gilmore said earlier, whoever wins the election in November, I would not anticipate a significant change in US policy. Shirley just said something very interesting about the dilemma that businesses face, you know, which other sectors are going to get caught up in weaponized economic interdependence. And I think we should look to sectors in, say, biotech or some other areas where national security communities might figure out that there are potential military applications, or that new technologies are going to be the foundations of future economic growth. And in the interests of maintaining strategic edge, they will sort of prioritize those over other sectors. So I'll just stop there.
As for South Korea, the country supports America's de-risking strategy. South Korea has actually, you know, taken great pains to diversify their, you know, trading, and increasingly you decrease dependence, you know, on China. For the past few years, and now United States is South Korea's #1 trading partner, so that's a big change. South Korea defensively, I think, you know, apply industrial policies to upgrade its technological capabilities, particularly in the field of semiconductors, to, you know, maintain the gap, technological gap between South Korean and Chinese companies. The third, I just mentioned that in order for de-risking strategy to be successful, I think United States will need to come together with its key partners, Taiwan here, India, Japan, and South Korea too, in, let's say, in defining the term national security, particularly in the case of, you know, particular technologies, whether this particular technology is really crucial to the national interest or not. You need to talk with your allies and partners. So far, United States decided, and then the Korean firms and, you know, Taiwanese firms come to petition, and get some concessions. This process, you know, has been there, but we need to be more proactive to work to reach to the level of cooperation and partnership.
Very briefly, in the last few years, the foreign policy debates in most of the countries in this region has been dominated by the Indo-Pacific narrative. And India has India has an ambition to play an important role in the Indo-Pacific. But so far, India's economic, I think the policy making has still not been that confident. So it has to integrate more with the Indo-Pacific economies, and this is what the major, I think, one of the policy implications of what we did in this chapter. So India has to integrate more and more with the Southeast Asian economy, the East Asian economies, since many of these countries are also integrated with the Chinese economy. So there is also a kind of a lesson that, India is still not integrated even with the Chinese economy. So, India really have to integrate if it has to really realize its role as a major player in the Indo-Pacific region, and even with the Indo-Pacific economic framework, India is still not even partner of the trade pillar. So, there are a lot of things which India needs to do to play an important role here in this region. Thank you.
Well, Goshan, good luck with integration. Taiwan is trying to get out of the integration. So I think, we all have some aspect of this that is, every position is different. I think from the United States, the most recent Taiwan election shows there's high level of skepticism about the United States, its intention, its motivation, its ability actually to carry out, whether it's Trump or Biden this November. So building trust with all aspects of Taiwanese society is the only way to bring its partners with it to make its policy successful. And that means actually not just government, not just corporations, but the society at every level, because if there's one place where the narrative is very, very actually strong from China and from the United States, this is it. On the island, everyone can tell you about what's in the Chinese press, what's in the English press, maybe less so. And that's my second remark, which is for the Taiwan government. My policy recommendation is we need talent in everything, not just in hardware manufacturing. So for decades, we've been building this ecosystem. We need talent in climate, in finance, in law, in accounting, so that actually we could be a more competitive, innovative society, and to have the capacity to go along with the U.S. policy to make the world safer and more resilient. And for that, we need to have capacity, and hopefully the U.S. also will build trust by talking to all stakeholders in this society so we understand what's going on and not believe that all these restrictions are really ad hoc and only suitable for politicians to actually create more votes. In that light, I would say specifically, for example, when you institute something like CFIUS, reverse CFIUS, all of those things actually matter a lot to Taiwanese stakeholders. And I think a large part of society feels that it's not consulted while it's actually being demanded to pay the price for America first. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shirley. Let's give a round of applause to all of our contributors.
Thank you. Again, please give a round of applause to thank each one of our panelists and also our moderator for this very insightful exploration of economic dynamism amid U.S.-China decoupling. Now you can return to your seats. Thank you very much for that contribution. And now we're going to move on to our second panel discussion. Next, we're going to dive into the impact and ethics of AI, satellites, drones, and transformative technologies from Earth to space. The session will be moderated by Margaret Foster Riley, Professor of Law, Public Health Sciences, and Public Policy at the University of Virginia. Professor Riley is also a member of CAPRI's International Advisory Council. So first, I would like to welcome Professor Riley to the stage as our moderator. A round of applause for Professor Riley. Thank you. And Professor Riley will also be joined by the following panelists. Wei Shi, former president of Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. Professor Wei Shi, please join us on the stage. Thank you. Also, the next panelist is Bo Song Liang, Senior Director of Corporate Strategy and Strategic Technology of MediaTek. Please also come onto the stage to join our panel. Thank you very much all for coming. And now we are going to anticipate a very thought-provoking session, I believe. So Professor Riley, the floor is now yours.
Thank you, and it's such a pleasure to be here with CAPRI, always thought-provoking. And now I have the pleasure of talking about one of my favorite topics, which is emerging technology, and how we should think about it as a society. We are truly fortunate to be joined by experts in both of the fields we're going to be discussing at a level we probably could spend the whole conference talking. So we're not going to, but thank you so much for being willing to be with us. Today's conference is about transformation and resilience. And if you think about transformation and resilience, technology is at the center of that. You even heard it in the earlier panel, you heard it in Governor Gilmore's comments. When we think about technology and how we evolve, both as a society, but also even globally, these are going to be crucial questions that we have to address. Now, looking across the room, I think most of us, not half of us, can remember the 1990s, the birth of the internet. I remember it quite vividly, it shows my age. And what I remember is we sort of haltingly entered into each step of the technology. Beginning with email, which was thrilling at the beginning, it's now a pain. But we started thinking about that, and then the internet expanded more and more and has become something we take for granted and interact with every 5 minutes of our lives. We didn't give it a lot of thought in terms of ethics. We actually engaged with each step, thinking about what will this do for me? How does this work? Is this, to be perfectly honest, in the very beginning, is this fun? And the internet is a great example, I think, as we start approaching these new technologies, to think about both what can we learn from that experience, how has it affected society? It is probably our greatest benefit we've ever had. At the same time, it may pose one of the greatest risks. We can expand misinformation, we can threaten democracy with a tool. How do we actually balance those benefits and risks? And how do we think about those with new technologies that are right in the horizon right now? We hear a great deal about AI. We will talk about where AI is actually going and where it is. Much of what we hear about AI is probably a little bit premature. We hear probably less about space, but we are entering a stage where we are in the democratization of space, certainly at low orbit levels. It used to be, if we talked about space, we talked about nation states. In fact, we talked about 2 nation states, now 3. But really, we are at a point where, when we think about democratization of space, we're talking about private companies and even private individuals. And how will they function within that space, and how do you think about those issues? Now, some of the ethical questions that we talked about with the internet will still continue to pose interesting questions for us here. We have privacy, we have access, we have how you actually deal with misinformation. All of those pieces are going to play a role here. I'm going to turn to my speakers now and ask them first to describe the state of the technology, where we are. Why is this an exciting moment on the horizon? And Dr. Leong, let's start with you first, and tell us about AI.
Thank you very much. It's my honor to share here. Okay, just like a microscope and the telescope to extend our vision, Internet extend our communication capability. AI is a new tool to extend our brain power. Okay, currently AI is a hot topic. Many people talk about AI. However, people tend to overestimate the technology in the short term and underestimate the impact for the long term. Okay, how we mitigate this? I think that we can try to learn from history, especially the internet technology development trajectory. We can roughly divide those internet development into 4 stages. First stage, the gold rush. Okay, the early technology development from year 1992 to year 2000. Okay, it's also called the gold rush. People start to aware the potential of technology, and a lot of VC invest on that. In this stage, selling tools are big business, just like Shuffle in Golden Rush. In 1990s, Cisco router is the Shuffle for Internet Gold Rush, and now NVIDIA GPU is the Shuffle for current AI Gold Rush. In this stage, Internet user numbers significantly increased 100 times from 3 million in 1991 to 300 million in year 2000. Okay, that's from small expert group to early adopter user. Similar for AI, for ChatGPT, about 2 years ago, just about 1 million users. But currently, OpenAI has 180 million users now. In the first stage, okay, many companies burn a lot of money to catch eyeball. However, it may not sustainable if no following stage. So the second stage is that to build up the business model development. Okay, the main goal is to build a sustainable ecosystem to support new technology. In this stage, the company need to find a way to show their value to customer, monetize from technology, to make money for foreign research, and a creative, positive economy cycle to build up new ecosystem. For internet, after year 2000, Google, Amazon, Facebook, Netflix successfully built up their business model and create new ecosystem for internet. In the second stage, internet user goes up to 1.1 billion in year 2007, but majorly based in the developed country with well-established infrastructure. Okay, so let's go to the third stage. For the third stage, or in this stage, we need a method to lower the barrier for global users to use technology, no matter in developed country and the developing country. Okay, the cost should be accessible and affordable for most people. So, what's the key? Smartphone and the mobile network are crucial for this internet penetration. Start from year 2007, among 1.1 billion internet users, about 70% relies on PC to connect internet. But up to now, more than 5 billion internet users, only less than 20 relies on PC, and more than 80 use smartphone to connect internet. So here, Taiwan, especially MediaTek, play an important role here. Currently, more than 1/3 of global smartphone shipment use the MediaTek solution based on Taiwan. Okay, and by the three stage, technology, business, and the global user are built. Then go to the fourth stage. The fourth stage is to find out a synergy with other technology and fusion together to initiate the next wave. Internet generates a lot of data. Data has become the resource for AI development. Current AI development based on three major pillars: data from internet, compute from semiconductor industry, and algorithm from the computer science research. By those four stages, internet has become the infrastructure for our society and economy, and its impact is more than we can expect in 1990s. Okay, it brings digital revolution to affect everybody's everyday life and enable technology for next wave AI. AI also has potential to bring next revolution. However, we need to remind that AI just in the first stage. Okay, so we have better not to overestimate it in short term, because AI still has three stages to develop. It takes time. AI still needs to solve a lot of problems, such as the business model, cost, energy, algorithm, and how to achieve global penetration. If AI failed for those critical development, it may just the interesting topic to catch eyeball. However, we have better not to underestimate it in the long run. If AI is successful, it will dramatically impact our society. So currently, for government, company, and organization prepare for AI, we have better not just eye for current news for gold rush. We should prepare for the next stage. The real value of AI will build and appear in the following stage. The second stage is to build the sustainable and the vital AI ecosystem. The key questions are, what are business models can create positive economy cycle for AI? How to use AI to increase productivity? Do we have enough preparation and the resource to build up and participate in those AI ecosystem? The third stage is preparation, penetration for global user. What device or method to lower barrier to use AI? How to boost AI penetration to create more opportunity? Especially, those answers may lead to paradigm shift for society, economy, and industry. Do we have enough preparation and the resource to embrace those paradigm shifts due to AI? And the fourth stage is synergy with other technology. For the future, we expect AI can help to boost the other technology field development, such as the autonomous car, AR, VR, 6G, centralized communication, drone, transformative technology from Earth to space, medical, drug discovery, energy, environment protection, science research, or even the quantum computing. All of them will get benefit from AI. AI is not just a single-point technology. It has potential to push the humans' civilization to move forward. Okay, that's my sharing. Thank you.
Dr. Xu?
Thank you, Mimi. I'm very happy to be here to have a chance to engage and exchange ideas in this very important topical area. I'd like to take a slightly different cut and maybe to find a link to the previous panel and the governor's remarks. On May 3rd, the US Secretary of the Air Force took a flight in a F-16. And it didn't sound too unusual. The only difference is this aircraft was unpiloted and basically operated entirely by AI. It was a very bold demonstration, I think, by the Secretary of the Air Force. Certainly that is a very concrete announcement. We are really in a new era. There were a lot of documentaries and the reports along the same line, but this is really, in my view, a very clear, concrete example of fusing AI and the flight vehicle. But if we take a little bit broader view, I think a lot has been said in the previous panel regarding the government, the countries, and so on and so forth. My own area is aerospace engineering. You know, when I was very young, starting my job at General Electric, there was always a keyword that we follow, we take note. That's a dual use. Because very, very few technology in aerospace is not of the dual use nature. And if you take a look at the aircraft engine, the so-called hardcore, the compressor, the combustor, and turbine, between a civilian aircraft engine and the fighter engine, they're virtually identical. It's really the bypass ratio and the auxiliary and the whatever surrounding that makes the difference. So the point I'm trying to make here is when we talk about setting demarcation between civilian use and to address national security, it's a fundamentally very difficult task. Now, if we do that by category, that has a lot of implications. So by listening to the previous the panel, basically some ancient word came to my mind immediately. It's called, you cannot really cut it. And if you want to sort it out, it's virtually impossible. What we learn about 剪不断理还乱. Okay, this really is kind of definition. What I also would like to point out is if we look at the history in terms of innovation and invention, we like to talk about from the steam engine to light bulb, telegram, electric power, to computer, to internet, to AI. If we trace the origin, in the early days, neither steam power, steam engine, nor Thomas Edison's work was funded by the government. Wright brothers' flyer was their personal hobby in 1903. We saw the aircraft become so important, so useful, most notably during World War II. More than 700,000 aircraft was built. You consider how many aircraft are being delivered right now by Airbus and Boeing combined. Within those 5 years or so, 700,000, mostly destroyed, shut down. Now if we look at the drone, the satellite, they started with mostly military government support. Then quick forward, we saw Bezos, Branson, Musk. They grab a lot of headline. Now we see Starlink, which is certainly crucial in the Ukraine situation. So we see the drones can be for personal entertainment. In the meantime, the virtually the same drone is an individualized weapon. Satellite, in a very similar way. Now we see almost 10,000 satellites up there. Half of them belong to one private company, and the number is growing fast. And we have a lot of sustainability, global access, and risk management, and health governance issue involving both drones and satellites. So my point is, we cannot just keep talking about individual national security, bearing in mind that in the entire developing world, the access to internet is far below 1/2. And that problem probably is much harder to solve if we use a land-based tower. Satellites can offer a decisively different solution. It's like mobile phone bypassing landline, even though landline were mentioned to be critical in some situations. But I would submit that if we had satellite available, you probably can bypass the landline, even during the crisis time. So I'll stop here.
So as you think about that, and to, again, tie into the last panel, one of the big issues is trust. And we have a lot of different actors. Some are national actors. Some are some very large multinational companies. And then we have the influx of smaller companies, maybe now national with aspirations of international. And it strikes me that this is a perfect place to think about the Asia Pacific as an area for experimentation and thinking about that. How do we engage the public? How do we think about doing all of this transformational technology in a way that garners public trust? What should the different steps be?
You first.
I think that there are so many technology under development, and I will talk about the AI part, okay? And AI, I think that just in the beginning, okay? And just like children, okay? And maybe in this moment, we just like children, you can make mistake and need time to nurture that. And maybe for the future, that will be in a key role for the transformative role, and especially to help for the situation you described. Okay, yeah.
In my view, it goes to the basic. If individuals don't have anything to do with certain technology, no access, the trust naturally cannot be high. If I don't really have a say in this area, I don't participate, I'm only told, then it's very, very hard to build public trust. So to make that, it is again still also a double-edged sword. You want to have access so people can really benefit and make use of it. In the meantime, that you cannot really control how the individual will or can use it for. So this is something, no matter what, I don't think we can very effectively regulate. It's really science and technology Next, in the next wave, we'll try to counter the current wave. It's going to be a kind of infinite do loop.
So that's perfect. It probably brings in a crucial thing of thinking of science self-regulation, not something that scientists are necessarily trained to do, actually. And so what I'd actually like to pose to you, both of you are engineers. How do you think about design thinking in the context not just of the scientific questions that these technologies are raising, but thinking about how we should work the technologies into societies, very diverse societies, some rich, some poor, some with great access, some with less access, some democratic, less democratic. How does science take the lead here?
Design thinking now is becoming very mainstream in the university education. In Hong Kong University of Science and Technology is a case. It is basically virtually a required course for a very large sector of students to take. Okay, the point is not about design. It's more than thinking alone. It's design thinking. Namely, you try to identify problems. You try to find solutions in a 360 way. So it's not just we try to narrow into a particular single issue. I think one of the important things is to let students and young people be immersed in their study days. In the university, even in high school, there should be such exposure. So they can be given such opportunity. Nowadays, you see so many startups, so many innovative activities. A fundamental reason is the technology, the computer information is so pervasively accessible. So innovation can be done literally at your home. And that, I think we need to take a step further to let this design thinking and the societal related issue be equally immersed into our young people's mind.
Yeah, yes. I think that design thinking is very important. As an engineering, maybe we tend to just solve the engineering problem. However, I think that when we design something, we need to solve the human's problem. Okay, we need to think that how you work for human, for society, for economy. So just like the internet example I raised, that for the beginning, if you just focus on the technology part, maybe just like a gold rush. But next, you need to think about how society relies on this, how economy relies on this. So you have the business development and the penetration for the global user. So I think that design thinking just not just focus on the engineering part, but also think how our society needs this technology. Okay, so by this way, we can design a better technology for the future. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So, last thing, what do you hope for with this technology? We started with the internet 30 years ago. Where do we hope to come in? I don't know that I'll be here. We'll see. I'll hobble on in. But where will we be? If it all goes well, if we integrate this design thinking and ethics as well as the science.
Okay, I think that currently we develop AI technology. However, we must say that there's still a huge gap between the AI and the human brain. For example, for current human brain, okay, just burn about 20 watt, okay, less than any energy of any light bulb here. Okay. However, if you provide those kind of technology by supercomputer, that will burn up to 20 or 30 megawatt. Okay, that was a 1 million gap. So for the future, I think that for the next stage, we hope that a more energy efficient technology for computing or even for AI, that will be very helpful for us. Okay, thank you.
In aerospace and related field, I think we are changing from flying faster, more very powerful, higher up, in many ways to smaller, slower, lower and much more individualized. And these are for the better. Drones is just one example. Now there's talk about low altitude economy, urban air mobility. These are air taxis. There are many issues need to be sorted out. However, that's a trend we are moving toward, namely to make it anytime, anywhere for everybody. And there's a lot of privacy and regulatory issues, but these need to be worked out because the trend has already left the station. So we just need to respond proactively and keep our eye on the ball.
So with eye on the ball, I think is a perfect last word here. Thank you.
Thank you. Please put your hands together to thank our moderator and other panelists for that very insightful and brilliant discussion. Please return to your seats now. Thank you very much. So I hope that maybe 30 years later, we come back again for this forum. We can actually come and talk about whether technology have already taken us to a better place. Now we're going to move on to the next area of our discussion. So we talk about technologies, and now we're going to talk about health. So I'm really delighted to have a dialogue with our Partnership for Health Systems, Sustainability and Resilience. And we're going to have a dialogue together on priorities for a healthy Asia-Pacific with the Partnership for Health Systems, Sustainability and Resilience. And I'm very pleased to introduce Caroline Freed, Interim Director of Research at CAPRI. And Caroline will be the moderator of this very important session. I would like to invite Caroline to join us on the stage. And also joining Caroline on the stage, we have two panelists with us. The first one is Jerry Su Jiarui, co-head of Healthcare and Life Science, KPMG in Taiwan. Please join us on the stage. And also we have Vita Cheng Jian Shaoting, General Manager of AstraZeneca Taiwan. Okay. Now we are ready to have the audience dive into this very important conversation together about health, resilience, sustainability in this region. Caroline, the floor is now yours.
All right, thank you, Phoebe, and good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to kick off this session on priorities for a healthy Asia-Pacific. Today's session is very special because it actually highlights CAPRI's research as a member of the Partnership for Health Systems Sustainability and Resilience, or PHSSR. Before we get into the conversation with Vita and Jarrett, I'd like to introduce a little about the PHSSR and our last year of leading research for the partnership. PHSSR is a nonprofit global collaboration between academic, non-governmental, life sciences, healthcare, and business organizations with a unified goal to improve global health by building a more sustainable and resilient health system for the future. PHSSR works to achieve that goal through independent, policy-oriented research. PHSSR members include the London School of Economics, the WHO Foundation, the World Economic Forum, AstraZeneca, KPMG, Philips, and CAPRI, plus additional organizations at the regional and national levels. PHSSR is active in over 30 countries and has published over 26 reports to date on the sustainability and resilience of health systems worldwide. CAPRI is the Asia-Pacific hub of PHSSR, leading research over the last year on the health systems of the Republic of Korea, Malaysia, Taiwan, and the Pacific Island countries of Tonga, Vanuatu, and the Republic of the Marshall Islands. This time last year, our lead researchers participated in CAPRI's inaugural annual forum, where they discussed the economic benefits of investing in health, as well as the connections between climate change and health security. Today, two newly published reports on Taiwan and the Pacific Islands are available on the PHSSR's website, and you can also find them through the CAPRI website today as well, with reports on South Korea and Malaysia forthcoming. At CAPRI, we've synthesized the findings across all the Asia-Pacific countries studied in the partnership, and this summary report is available in the back, as well as on CAPRI's website for you to read. Looking across the Asia-Pacific, we found common challenges of aging societies, digital transformation, healthcare workforce shortages, and climate change that are posing challenges to the health systems of the Asia-Pacific. The summary report and the PHSSR country reports provide evidence-based policy recommendations and serve as a springboard for engaging local partners. And we're lucky this morning to have two of our local PHSSR partners joining me in this morning's conversation. First, Jarrett Su is co-head of healthcare and life sciences at KPMG in Taiwan, both an attorney and a practicing medical doctor. Jarrett has experience in healthcare, biotechnology, and pharmaceuticals, working with biomedical institutions and companies to participate in capital markets. And next to him is Vita Jian, general manager of AstraZeneca in Taiwan. She has been at AstraZeneca for 15 years and has been based across Taiwan, Singapore, and most recently the UK. She has worked in areas across primary care, oncology, rare diseases, and vaccines, and she also has a biomedical science background. So my first question for both of you is, what is the value of a global partnership like PHSSR for both the Asia-Pacific region and Taiwan? Perhaps I'll go to Jarrett first.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jarrett Su from KPMG in Taiwan. KPMG is a global organization providing audit, tax advisory, and legal services. And we are a major member of the PHSSR. In order to create a sustainable and resilient healthcare system, cross-border and cross-sector collaboration, such as the PHSSR, are essential to achieve this goal. Take the climate change, for example. The temperature of Taiwan has increased 1.6 degrees in the past century. For CO2 emission, medical institution accounts for 4.6% of total emission in Taiwan. With increasing raining storm, it also triggered the dengue fever surge in recent years. So this is the evidence which climate change will impact public health system in Taiwan or even in the Asia Pacific. Therefore, environmental and sustainable health care is not pertinent to Taiwan. Rather, it is a global issue. To engage with international stakeholders, such as the WHO or PHSR, is important to effectively manage the challenge of climate change or infectious disease control, so we can go green and go health together. I would like to tell a story. During the pandemic, as I was a medical doctor, I used to stay in the school gym to take 100 shots of vac in the morning. At that time, the procurement of the vaccination is still a difficult problem in Taiwan. One day, when I saw the vaccine bottle labeled with AstraZeneca, Osaka, Japan, this vaccine from Japan has really touched my heart. I think this is the best model for showing the value of the cross-border and cross-sector collaboration for how Asia Pacific overcame the public health crisis together and to build a sustainable and resilient healthcare system. Thank you very much. Thank you, AstraZeneca.
Thank you. So my name is Vita Chen. I am in AZ, like Caroline said, I'm in AZ for 15 years. Throughout these 15 years, I've been to Singapore, to UK, and then come back to Taiwan. I see quite a lot of similarities. For example, aging population, non-communicable disease, because the lifestyle is getting better and better. So it's the same problem, not only because of climate, because of pandemic, but also our aging population that is actually generating now and future more on how do we take care of the people ourselves even in the past 10, 20, 30 years, that we are going to live healthy. So as a pharma company, we continue to innovate. So in AZ, we have 5 innovation areas on cardiovascular, metabolism, and diabetes, oncology, cancer, where we try to cure it. So it's not just the very scary disease anymore. It is something that we want to change it to chronic disease, which is also a very long-term care. And then we have rare disease. We have respiratory, so asthma, COPD, which is actually really related to the air pollution and also the climate. So all 5 areas, and of course vaccine. So all 5 areas is the one that we continue to innovate, not just the medicine itself, but also the patient as an end-to-end solution from education to all the aftercare. So I'm very glad to partner through PHSSR and also with KPMG, where we can, first, we have the same goal. Health is very important. Health life is very important. I was really looking into the AI technology and how this can help on the health. But then I think one thing in common, Asia Pacific and also across the world, is we are facing the same thing. We're facing that we need to provide a long-term sustainable health for us, for the population around the world.
Thank you both. And now I'd like to turn to some of the findings of the Taiwan report, which actually features a bilingual preface by CAPRI's board member, Professor Zhan Changquan, who's here in the second row. So for Vita, I'd like to ask about basically the fact that many of the findings in our Taiwan report is connected to the fact that Taiwan is poised to become a super-aged society by essentially next year. As the population ages, people's healthcare needs also evolve, especially as chronic disease and chronic conditions become more prevalent as people get older. So what does this demographic shift mean for the financial sustainability of Taiwan's healthcare system, and what can be done to ensure that the system is ready to care for a growing aging population?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So, like you said, Taiwan is going to face to super aging, not just aging, super aging from next year. So one thing good about Taiwan and being aboard and coming back, I'm still very proud of Taiwan having a reimbursement system. Now, this year is 29 years. So the government has been taking care of the patients in a very long time. One thing that I've mentioned previously is that now we are facing the super aging population, more and more people that are bound to have chronic disease on the diabetes, hypertension, dyslipidemia, and so on. And also with the new technology and new innovations, cancer is unlikely to die like soon. So it's a very long-term care that we're facing right now. So we need to see how we can sustain with the healthcare and to the populations that they are eligible for the good treatments. So that is sort of our obligation to do it. So one thing is what we see is the overall healthcare service. So the nurses, which is not just a Taiwan problem, it's everyone's problem. Nurses, the infrastructures, so the long-term care, aging population, the retirement homes, those are the ones that we really need to innovate and see how we can sustain and fund it. The second one is the innovation to treatment. So the treatment is actually started from early screening to the new innovations, so new drugs, and then to any aftercares like the patients, how do you come back to the clinic and how do you really sustain the good treatments and then how you manage the side effects. So those are the treatment-wise that we really need to help the patient to get the right and the new medicine for them to have a good quality of life, to live longer and contribute to the society longer. And the third one is the technology. So we all talk about AI, we all talk about technology. How do we bring technology to the healthcare to make everything more efficient? So those are the three things I want to emphasize on the sustainable healthcare. But mostly, I want to highlight it on the financial bit. It is very costly, to be honest. Yeah, to take care of people is very costly. And to take care of the people with the right medicine and right treatment is costly. But how do we actually work with the government on the social fundings and also private government's fundings to make sure that this is not just government's problem. This is our problem as well. We need to help together as a team to see how do we contribute to make sure that our population is getting the right treatments that everyone can get it. Not just the rich people, everyone can get it. But this is something that we need to innovate and to see how do we blend in the private insurance, government insurance, or social welfare, anything else. So that is something we should do.
Thank you so much, Vita. And aging populations is a common challenge among all the high-income Asia-Pacific societies. We saw that in the Korea report that will be published soon, as well as in the Japan report. And we actually have Nomura Sensei, who authored the Japan report, speaking later, though not about that particular part of his research. Jarrett, the Taiwan report highlights this island's global leadership in the information technology industry as an opportunity for integrating digital technologies into the health system. From your perspective as both a doctor and as a lawyer, what are some of these opportunities, and do they also come with their own challenges?
From the perspective of a medical doctor, technology innovation could be observed from three key dimensions as well. First, identifying opportunities. Second, integration of technology. And third, how to face rising challenges. Taiwan semiconductor manufacturing and healthcare services have gained global recognitions. These opportunities give Taiwan a unique leadership position to influence adoption of IT technology and healthcare system. For example of integration, the smart IC card and the MediCloud system are a well-known application of the national health insurance in Taiwan. The smart IC card contains some crucial health data, including drug allergy history, consent for organ donation, and the order of DNR. By medical system, medical doctor can review patient's drug prescription, lab data, and medical images, such as the MRI or CT, to reduce the drug duplication and to enhance medical resource utilization. Nonetheless, challenges are imminent, especially for human rights and medtech application. During the pandemic, as a doctor, when I insert the IC card, I can check the traveler history or get a risk alert of quarantine. But tracing the location of patient in quarantine by smartphone system or the travel history by the IC card may lead to the concern of personal privacy. In addition, for developing medical AI, industry need large patient data to create or make the best decision making for health system. However, the utilization of MediCloud or other research database without the patient's specific research consent also trigger the unconstitutional debate. Therefore, data privacy protection versus public health and medical development are challenging issues in this case. So to create a sustainable and resilient healthcare system, Taiwan's experience offers invaluable lessons for how to harmonize the technology innovation with human rights protection. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, both Jarrett and Vita. And I believe we're coming up on the end of our time, so I'll just wrap up with just by saying how much of a pleasure it's been to work with both of you over the last several months through the PHSSR partnership. It's a very unique model in which public, private, and academic sector works together to enhance the sustainability and resilience of health systems all over the world. And the partnership later this month will be going to the World Health Assembly. And so please keep an eye out for those events, as well as check out the research on PHSSR's website, as well as on CAPRI's website. Thank you so much. And I know you are all wanting coffee.
Thank you very much, Caroline, for moderating this session. A round of applause for our panelists and our moderator. So the report that just mentioned in our panel discussion can be actually found by scanning your bracelet, the QR code. It's going to take you to CAPRI's website. So you can actually have a close look at these reports. And also just outside of our venue, there are hot copies of a summary report available for your review as well. And I would also like to encourage our audience member to follow us on Twitter at CAPRI FDN. And we're also on Facebook. So just by searching CAPRI Foundation, you will be able to find us. And for those of you who seated further from the screen, so on our screen, we have projected the QR code of all the social media platforms we operate on. And then if you are having difficulty because you're sitting at the back of the room, please utilize the camera zoom on your mobile devices. So you can zoom in and just scan the QR code. You will get a clear view. And also the full recording and highlights of today's event will be available on our YouTube channel. Now, without further ado, we are going to take a 15-minute tea break. Please return to your seat promptly by 11:20 so we can continue the program. Thank you very much and enjoy your tea break. 喂，OK， 好，那95分，现在是17分，我们20，对，百分之到20，对。好，我觉得他们可能听不到，可能要有人去那边请他们回来，对。Ladies and gentlemen, our program will resume in 5 minutes. Please make your way back to your seats. 各位嘉宾，我们的活动即将于5分钟后开始，请大家往座位移动。尴尬。就是等，就是副总，对，副总统，然后所以就是在这个部分。没关系，没关系。我还是先准备最可能会发生这种状况。不好意思，不会。
Very, very new here. I'm still jet lagged.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the tea break and had a chance to connect with fellow attendees. As we prepare to continue with our enriching discussion in 3 minutes, may I ask you kindly to start making your way back to your seats. Thank you very much. 各位嘉宾，活动即将于3分钟后开始，请各位贵宾就座。 Ladies and gentlemen, just in 1 more minute, we're going to start our 4th panel discussion today. Please find your seats and remember to switch your phones to silent mode. 各位嘉宾，我们下一场的座谈即将开始，请尽速就座。有人来告诉我可以开始。
下一个 panel 给他最后。对对对，但是我是说，就给他配。那你就给。对，好。15再结束就好。对对对，但是我是说，
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you have enjoyed the tea break and had a chance to connect with the fellow attendees. And now we're going to move on in our program. So the next topic is energy policy and green tech for sustainable growth. And I'm very pleased to welcome Alistair Lang, Chief Research Coordinator at CAPRI, who will be the moderator of this dynamic discussion. So Alistair, please take the stage. And Alistair will also be joined by the following panelists: Sanjoy Joshi, Chairman of Observer Research Foundation. Mr. Joshi, please join us on the stage. Grace Liu, Liu Jingjing, Corporate Sustainability Officer of Acer. Ms. Liu, please join us on the stage. Also, Nelson Zhang, Zhang Anping, Chairman of Taiwan Cement. So, Mr. Zhang, please make your way to the stage. Is Mr. Zhang here? Okay. Yeah, our room is a little bit too big. Thank you. So in the following, we're going to explore energy policy and green tech. And now, Alistair, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you for coming back so promptly. My name is Alistair Lang. I'm the Chief Research Coordinator for CAPRI, and I'm delighted to be moderating today's session on energy policy and green tech for sustainable growth. So sustainability and sustainable growth are two of the core research themes of CAPRI. So I'm delighted to hear all the panelists' thoughts. So I'm just going to jump straight in. So Sunjoy, what do you see as the potential risks for energy security in the near future, and how are these going to affect the green transition?
Thank you, Alistair. It's lovely being back with CAPRI and addressing this great crowd after almost a year. The biggest risk is us. All of us are the biggest risks. And the biggest risks are the lifestyles we have, and lifestyles which are actually unchanging. And we're doing very little to change those lifestyles. We're always looking at someone outside to do it for us. Second thing, I think there is a lot which has changed in the last 3 or 4 years, where what has happened is that energy security concerns are in open conflict with policies which actually move us towards sustainability. You know, security has become one of the primary concerns of most nations today. And I'll give you an example. So we seem to be living in actually a multipolar world, which is suffering from a severe bipolar disorder. And it's not just a bipolar disorder. That disorder now comes with ADHD, attention deficit. And the green transition is suffering from severe attention deficit from national governments, because priorities have suddenly changed. COVID had an impact, but COVID also showed us something else. COVID showed us that the strongest governments suffer from severe lack of capacity. Severe lack of capacity to address some of the fundamental core issues which connect us all. And then comes the other developments. You see, COVID started creating these closed societies. And then comes the war in Ukraine. And energy becomes a weapon. We've heard about it all in the first panel. Everything has been weaponized. Energy, the global financial system, they all became weaponized. And suddenly, overnight, the meaning of resilience changes. We went to sleep in a world, at the time of the Paris Accord, we went to sleep in a world in which global functioning markets, well-oiled supply chains, a world based on comparative advantages, comparative geographical advantages, which connected suppliers and consumers and gave security to both, was a sign of resilience. And then we suddenly wake up in a world where that connectivity has become a weapon. It has become a weapon and become the greatest threat to our resilience. So when we start closing our minds and start distrusting each other, it is a severe risk which we face. What is the way out? The way out is that more and more initiatives and actions will need to be taken not by governments. I think just 2 weeks ago, Simon Steele, speaking at Chatham House, the talk made headlines. He says, we have 2 years to save the planet, which virtually means it is impossible. That the nationally determined the contributions which have been given by nations do not make any impact on carbon emissions, negligible impact on carbon emissions by 2030. So then, where does action come from? Action comes from some of the people who are sitting here, which are companies, which are actually creating that kind of resilience for their own sustainability and their future. Their risk is what policy actions are being taken. See, it is becoming a big risk. And policies, not just within their own countries, policies globally. What kind of policies, whether you come in with things like the IRA or the CHIPS Act or schemes which keep on changing, which actually make for extremely interventionist governments in the energy sector, extremely interventionist governments in the economic sector, in the technology sector. Now that kind of intervention creates extreme risks for companies like this. So I think that is all I have to say. These are the ones who are going to make a difference, Acer and Cementia. Nelson, Grace, over to you.
Well, thank you, Sanjoy. So yes, following on from that, Grace, so how can the private sector incubate and drive the creation of green technology?
Thank you, Alistair. It's my pleasure to be part of the dialogue, and especially on the same stage with Sanjoy and Nielsen. Yes, private sector is widely considered as the economic growth, and by its creating employment, building skills, and provide the foundation of a lot of infrastructures, especially to contribute to technology advancement. So facing the more and more challenges from climate change and sustainability, more and more private sector and investors, they are currently continuous investing sustainable practices. Since they realize to invest to the sustainability is not just the capital expenditure, but it is also the beneficial for the planet and also for their business. So particularly in ICT industry, based on the information from European Commission, the ICT industry generate 1 to 3% of GHG emissions. However, it can support the other industry to reduce 15 to 20% emissions by its innovation of energy and innovation of technology. So continuous incubate new business, new product and services, and continuous investing in green technology, and also align the business agenda with the UN SDG. I thought it will be a very good positive role that the private sector can contribute to the environment, to the society.
Thank you. And Nelson, building on that, many of your companies have taken bold steps to reduce their environmental footprint. So how does that translate into promoting sustainable practices in the wider society?
Well, as we said before, this is basically sustainability is something, Sanjay said it, it's sense of value and the way we live. And we talk about, as example, we do have one of our subsidiaries does in hospitality industry. So I need to bring in the CAPRI. CAPRI, Blue Grotto, fantastic place to do tourism. Okay, but the reality is that I think all of us are fundamentally pacifists, and trying to avoid war is our key thing, because war creates the worst sustainability ever in anything else. Forget about industry. And the best way to prevent war is to communicate, to understand, to appreciate different varieties of culture. And hospitality industry is definitely one of it. And also it's the easiest way for a soft sell for individuals to learn the importance of sustainability through pleasure rather than hard sell. Right now, most people look at sustainability, reduce this, reduce that, but all has to be happen, but has to be done slowly into their heart and change the value. If deep in their heart, the value is not changed, only by hard education or lecture, it's not going to happen. And this is what's happening. The industries are spending a lot of effort in this area, but average society don't. As example, I think every one of you uses a cell phone. Let's assume you free yourself on 3 minutes a day. You know how much carbon you generate in a year? The answer, roughly speaking, is about 3 minutes, okay? And it's 45 kilos. You know how many trees to neutralize that? 3 trees. Think about that. But how many of you are aware of this? So we need to come back again and again, look at ourselves, the way we live, how much carbon we generate to make that happen and to reduce it. But we need to believe in it rather than indoctrinate it. Belief better than indoctrination is how we proceed in sustainability.
Thank you. It's quite a stark statistic there. So Sanjoy, back to you. We've talked about the private sector and the general public, but what role does industrial policy really play in promoting sustainable practices and the renewable energy sector?
See, industrial policy will always continue to play a role in what kind of investments are going to be promoted, what are the companies which are going to be coming in, what are the conditionalities it is going to impose on certain companies. The risk which we really have is how stable are those policies going to be? How long? Because companies, when they put in a few $1 billion, are looking at returns over a 15, 20, 25-year time frame. Now, if there's not going to be policy stability within that period, then companies have to think 10 times before putting their money in. And today you're in a situation, you see, every country thinks that what are their energy strategies? They will talk about energy independence. Energy independence is not possible for many countries in the world because it is just not feasible. They don't have the resources. Second, then they talk about diversification. Diversify your fuels, diversify your sources of supply, diversify your supply chains. But then diversification means you will still start having to trust certain people. And countries then come out with policies which do not consult each other. Whether it is something like the IRA or the CHIPS Act or India's PLI schemes, you are basically all trying to grab the same pie, get investments in, steal investments from each other. Yes, companies know how to negotiate. In fact, Ambassador Katayan put it very nicely yesterday in the context of China. He says, governments make policy, the people adjust. And they take countermeasures. So companies do take countermeasures. They will take countermeasures and negotiate this forest of policy which is created around the world. And yes, industrial policy today across the world has, the trade agreements have broken down. So industrial policy have become really a maze and a forest, which companies do find extremely difficult to negotiate. You have to get back to collaborative frameworks eventually, even between friends. We talk of friendshoring, but collaboration between friends is missing. So this is the kind of mindset which at the policy level needs to change. But as I always said, companies will continue to find solutions because it's necessary for their own survival. Civil society will need to find solutions because it's necessary for their own survival. And even as far as energy security is concerned, if energy infrastructure is today a target, then perhaps the best answer is to decentralize and go down. Do not have these kinds of grids. Think in terms of alternative solutions which are based on local renewable sources. So now there are answers which people are finding, they will have to find in the future. That is why I say that the answer to many of these problems do not lie with governments, they lie with us.
So if the answer lies with us and with the private sector as well, and managing their supply chains and making sure that their policies are put throughout their supply chain. So, Grace, how does ASA manage its extensive network of suppliers and to promote the environmentally friendly, sustainable practices?
Thank you. Yeah, suppliers play a pivotal role in our sustainable agenda. So for supply chains, sustainable management, we have established a comprehensive scheme named Supplier Social and Environmental management scheme, since we regard supplier did not just provide our economic value, also the environmental and the social impact. So the management scheme, including from the introduction, assessment, validation, and the continuous improvement. And of course, currently, the energy and the climate change management will be the priority of the environmental part. So from the GHG inventory, carbon reduction, renewable energy usage, and also science-based target carbon reduction goal setting. So we cooperate with suppliers to build sustainable, responsible, and a low-carbon supply chain, and also align with international norms and standards. So it's all about top-down governance requirements, rules. Besides that, beyond that, we also create and co-create initiative named Acer Earthian. Earthian means Earth and mission. So through the initiative, we encourage our suppliers to do more positive impact with Acer together. We have 6 missions in that initiative, from the design, product design, packaging design, production, renewable energy, logistics. We encourage our suppliers to co-op with us. And it's not just an initiative or nice to have, since we have built eco-friendly products named Vero Notebook through that initiative. The Vero Notebook, it utilizes high percentage of PCR plastic, post-consumer recycled plastic, and it's designed for easy to disassemble and recyclable materials and the reusable design. So, and also the eco-friendly design did not sacrifice its appearance. Yeah, I'm sorry I did not bring my Vero here. So through that mechanism, we try to build the realistic, more sustainable supply chain. And beyond PC products, we also continue to incubate new products and services aligned with UN SDG. So we now focus on smart cities. So Acer did not just only provide PC product. Now we provide e-scooter, e-bike, and also energy storage applications. So, but all of these that we cooperate with our suppliers, but the fundamental thing is that we have cooperate with our suppliers to establish their sustainability abilities for years. That's what I want to share. Thank you.
Thank you. And Nelson, touching on something Sanjoy mentioned earlier. So last year at the EU-Taiwan seminar on carbon border adjustment mechanism, you were a passionate advocate for an international carbon tariff. To what extent do you think sustainable growth can be driven by such a top-down international approach, and how much is needed to be done at a national and local level?
I'm going to cutting this very, very serious topic lightly first. We're used to looking at maps. On our cell phones, our cars, everything we do, we follow a map. Nowadays, I cannot drive a car without a map. But that's not the case for greenhouse gas. There's no map. We need to create that. Actually, greenhouse gas issue is more like a three-body problem. So for some of you who have read the most popular book and a Netflix film, a series on three-body problem. Three-body problem for physics, for mathematicians, or for astrophysics, fundamentally, there's no general solution. Basically, it need to be unique. And what is three-body? Climate, economic level of economic development, and as well as society / political systems. This is the three body we deal with in the climate issue. And each of the three-body problem has specific solutions, but without general solutions. So we must not look at a general solution. However, given that said, it's important for us to realize that it's an issue that we have never faced. We need certain guidelines. That's why it's necessary to have a top-down in the greenhouse gas. I do not believe greenhouse gas should be emitted without costs, because in reality, it costs everybody in this world. So therefore, I'm a proponent of greenhouse gas fee worldwide. Granted, we fully realize, as I said, three-body problem has a different solution everywhere, but need a certain guidelines going through there. And you know, power is almost like Harry Potter's magic wand. We seem to be able to swing it, everything come out. The productivity, everything came out, our interpretation of power, but we're totally misusing it. We just talked about the cell phone before, but think about AI. The AI usage of power shoots straight up. And right now, we have not yet found a way to produce low carbon, enough power for all the use in the future. So need to be certain amount of C-band necessary for worldwide. I believe European has passed that law. I hope some sort of similar C-band will be passed by the United States. And after mainland China has its carbon maximization 2030, they will do the same thing. Then the world, by that stage, maybe we can start to decarbonize. And maybe the humanity will have a future. Last comment. In the three-body problem, there are people, believers, there are non-believers. Same thing on greenhouse gas. We have believers and non-believers. For the three-body problem, it's 400 years from now. Guys, greenhouse gas, we have 50 years from now. So let's see how much we believe.
Thank you. And then we're nearing the end of the session, so I'm going to pose a question to all three of you. So looking to the future, what are the biggest opportunities for the adoption of green technology? And how optimistic are you that they will be pursued and that we are moving towards a green transition?
The opportunities are many. There's not one. And the biggest opportunity which is available is today, innovation is gone down to the grassroots. You know, with technology, led by technology, innovation is no longer the preserve of large corporations or governments. Innovations are being done right in the smaller tier 2, tier 3 towns in India. And they're coming up with solutions. Now that all depends a lot on whether we remain in this connected world. We're supposing we try to again start building walled gardens around dissemination of data, dissemination of information. The internet becomes a restricted space. Then all this suddenly ends. So see, there are opportunities and there are huge risks. The opportunities we are seeing, many youngsters today are coming out with the kinds of mechanisms at the local level which actually calculate carbon credits locally. They're doing it, they're trying to put the systems into place. So the possibilities are immense, there's no dearth of it. But where do we go from here in the next 10, 15 years? I do not think any of this is going to work under the current non-collaborative frameworks, including CBAM. CBAM cannot work as long as it remains a unilateral, non-collaborative measure because it is deeply dividing the North and the South. So that becomes a cleavage. We need to get over these cleavages.
Yes, I think there is always a lot of opportunities, and I want to emphasize through two directions. One is collaboration, the other is business. Since private sector plays a critical role in green technology, however, I think toward to net zero is a very ambitious goal. So not only the private sector, but also the public sector and the civil society. Especially for governance, I think the government should pay more attention and put a lot of more regulations or incentive to scale up the technology and the innovation than the things that will direct into the same place. So I think collaboration is really important, and everybody has a role toward to net zero. Yeah, the other is business. I just mentioned earlier, more and more private sectors, investors, they are investing in sustainability practices. So because they realize it's not just the expenditure, it's beneficial, especially not only for the planet and also for their business. So sustainability, green technology can make good business. So because actually we are ultimately on the same team at the end of the day. That's my summarize. Okay, thank you.
Energy has been the most important aspect of human civilization. Whenever human society created a new paradigm for use of energy, human society advanced. The question is today, energy transition will not happen without cooperation, without a new paradigm. And this has to happen between the civil society, the government, and most important of all, the investment communities. Private sectors, industries are doing a lot, but need the support of the investment community to make it happen. Just remember, we cannot look everything from the base today. We cannot look at every project looking at purely IRR. We need to look at IRR all the way to 2050, rather than to next year or 5 years from now. Only with that, we have a possibility to invest sufficient technology to address the issue of energy transition. Without the new paradigm in energy transition, I'm afraid it's very negative for the human society. Wait a minute, I got it. You have it.
Well, I just want to say thank you very much for my panelists for such a rich discussion. Lots of insight there for all of us. And yeah, thank you. Just leave me in a round of applause.
Thank you. Please put your hands together to thank our panelists and also our moderator for this discussion. Please return to your seats. We have already reached the final panel discussion of today, and I believe this topic for many of our Taiwanese audience members here is something that we feel very deeply, because the topic is disaster resilience for earthquakes, typhoons, and tsunamis. And here in Taiwan, we experience a lot of typhoons almost every year, and also the recent earthquake that happened in Hualien. Moderator of this session is Jessica Chow, Director of Strategic Planning at CAPRI. Jessica, please take the stage. Also, the panelists who will be joining Jessica on the stage is Shuhei Nomura, Associate Professor of Health Policy and Management of Keio University School of Medicine. Professor Nomura, please join us on the stage. And also Stephen Pan Si-liang, Chairman of Silks Hotel Group. Please join us on the stage. The next one is Christopher Bursay, Dean of National College of Public Administration and Governance of University of Philippines, Diliman. Professor Bursay, please join us on the stage. And last but not least, Joe Huang Si-hao, Director of Lean Planning for Volunteer Development, Buddhist Tzu Charity Foundation. With all our panelists on the stage, Jessica, now the stage is yours.
Thank you, Phoebe. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jessica Chow. I'm the Director of Strategic Planning of CAPRI. It's our great honor to have all of you here as our panelists. Professor Bursay is a member of CAPRI's International Advisory Council, and Professor Shuhei works closely, Professor Nomura works closely with CAPRI and have recently published a research report on vaccine hesitancy. You'll be able to find it on our website. And I think both of them have very extensive experiences working with the government on disaster relief, and will be able to share insights from a theoretical perspective. And to my right, Chairman of the Silks Hotel Group, Stephen Pan Si-liang. In fact, The region Taipei is CAPRI's newest supporter. Thank you. We really appreciate that you share our vision to build an innovative and resilient Asia-Pacific. Stephen, together with Joe Huang to my right, who is from the largest Buddhist charity foundation, will be able to share views from empirical perspective. And let's just go right straight into it. The Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, were adopted by the UN in 2015 as a universal call to action to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that by 2030, all people should enjoy peace and prosperity. And SDG 11 is one of the 17 goals. It is about cities. It is about making cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. Professor Bursey, could you share your view on disaster governance to build sustainable and resilient communities as envisioned in SDG 11?
Okay, thank you, Jessica. It's my honor to be here again, to be back in this beautiful city. First off, let me just say that, the transition towards building resilient and sustainable cities and communities would require really a whole of society approach. It cannot be done by just the government. No? But I leave the other parts, the civil society and maybe the academia and the private sector. But I'll talk more about the role of the local governments or local authorities in building resilient communities. And let me just, and this is based on a reflection of many years of disasters that we have experienced in the Philippines, and also learning from the experiences of Japan. And what I came to really is that to be able to transition from being just a reactive society towards a more resilient one would require one word: mindset. We need to change our mindset when we think about disasters. And one of which is maybe to disabuse us with the notion there is such a thing as natural disasters. Because in reality, there's really no such thing as natural disasters. No, it's a natural hazard. Maybe yes, there are natural hazards that can trigger a disaster, but disasters happen because of our development choices. Many of our governance weaknesses, for example, in the Philippines, you talk about, let's say, weaknesses in building code enforcement. I remember an article some time ago talking about earthquakes, and they said that earthquakes don't really kill. Buildings do. No. So in a way, that is for as long as we ensure that we're able to adapt to the natural hazards, then we're able to, just a case in point. In 2009, there was the big earthquake in New Zealand, magnitude 7.8. So that's about 60 times stronger than what we had last April 3rd. But it didn't turn out to be a disaster because there was no development in the area, zero damage, zero casualty. Right? So that's my point, especially in a country like the lower middle income country like the Philippines, where you would have a lot of development issues. Then that's the time when we start thinking about not really maybe, but disasters are not really natural. They're a product of our political, economic, and development choices. That's the point. Now, to be able to do that, once we accept that, then you can start thinking about transitioning or rethinking the way we plan our cities on the part of the local government. And again, that would require, let me just highlight 3 points when it comes to planning. One, we need to start planning for failure. Usually we're accustomed to planning for success. We have this notion that traditional planning, when we plan, we would succeed. But in disaster risk management, it cannot be all the case. And the reason why we actually have disasters, because our system gets overwhelmed by the event. So there's a failure. So we have to be able to accept and anticipate that failure. And the moment we do that, then you can now start anticipating what kind of additional resources we would need. Maybe from other local authorities or other communities and so on, or maybe from the civil society. The second point has something to do with, we need to be able to plan beyond local boundaries or beyond political boundaries, especially at the local level. In the Philippines, all local government units are required to come up with a disaster risk management plan. And it's jurisdictional. But the disasters don't respect political boundaries, flooding, earthquakes, typhoons. So there has to be greater inter-local government, inter-city collaboration among our communities. Third point, and the last point I'd like to make, has something to do with the fact that our plans, our disaster risk management plans, should be saleable. They should be marketable to the business community and to the private sector, civil society. Because at the end of the day, no matter how good a local government plan is when it comes to disaster risk management, if the people don't buy it, if the business sector, if it doesn't make business sense, for instance, then nothing will happen out of those plans. That's one, Jessica.
Thank you, Professor Bursay. Next question is directed to Professor Nomura. We know you have worked closely with the Japan government post the 2011 Great East Japan earthquake and tsunami. Could you share with us what are the key deficiencies that identified through this incident? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And first of all, I do hope the disaster recovery in Taiwan is going well. You know, Taiwan always supports Japan when we face disasters. I do really appreciate it. And thank you for having me today as well. And so regarding your questions, I want to first clarify the major character of the disaster in Japan. You know, like Taiwan, Japan has a lot of earthquake. But you know, the mortalities from earthquake are not major, not main common. You know, instead, in Japan, the water-related disasters killing more people cause more fatalities like flood and also landslide due to typhoon or heavy rains, etc. You know, and most of the people who died due to these disasters are older population. So I want to emphasize the critical point in disaster response in Japan are how to evacuate safely older population, especially with disabilities. You know, when the risk of the disaster goes up, a lot of lives can be saved if the families or communities help them evacuate if they cannot evacuate independently, or the local government exactly know where those older people are living somehow. But you know, but it is very, very hard to evacuate older people who are living in nursing homes and care homes. This is a critical issue in Japan's disaster response for now. You know, when there is a risk of disaster, a lot of people needed to evacuate simultaneously. It is sometimes more than 100 people, 150 or more than 200. There are not enough people to support them, and also to support the transportation means, etc. This is a very huge issue. And in this point, you know, the safe transportation is really, really important issue for the older people with disabilities. I know a very important story. When the 2011 earthquake happened, followed by tsunami, you may remember there was a nuclear accident in Japan. And after that, a lot of people evacuated, including people living in nursing homes, etc., in order to avoid a possible radiation exposure. But unfortunately, in some facilities, a lot of people died after evacuation, in particular within 1 month, just 1 month. And then 1 month mortality rate was almost tripled, 3 times higher than before the evacuation level. And this is my research. And then I discussed with the facility staff who implemented evacuations regarding the possible mechanism of increased mortality associated with evacuation. And then one of the major reasons was that they did not have enough time to prepare for proper, appropriate transportation means and the vehicle. You know, they had to use general vehicle or the tourism bus for the elderly residents with disability. You know, they did not allow them to lie down. You know, those people with disability spend most of the time in bed. They are usually bedridden. So the older people with disability in nursing homes did not survive the physical burden of evacuation itself. This is a very, very critical lesson for the Japan's disaster response, which may apply to the Taiwan with similar aging population issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Nomura. Stephen, we know the recent earthquake in Taiwan, Hualien as the epicenter was hit badly, and your hotel the Silk's Place Taroko has done an amazing job in evacuating its guests. Could you spend a few minutes, tell the audience what happened on that day exactly, and what your staff have done in the most critical first 36 hours?
Well, the memory is still very fresh. April 3rd, 1758, the earthquake happened. And the most critical thing was we have 500 people trapped in the mountain on our resort at that day. And nobody actually knew about it in the first instance because our communication was down. So we couldn't call for help. And out of the 500 people, we have 350 guests and 200 international guests who's never experienced earthquake, or maybe just a few of them experienced earthquake. And we have 150 staff members. However, all the managers were on the 4 buses that were going up to the mountain at 8 o'clock at that time. So they were there without managers. And our managers, 4 hours later, didn't turn up at a hotel. So apparently they were all trapped in the highways going from Hualien to the hotel. This is a 45-minute drive. So it turned out nobody showed up, and we knew what happened. I mean, we knew they're probably trapped somewhere, but nobody knew what's going on. Yeah. And, well, something remarkable happened. First of all the cell towers, communications were down. So, good thing we had a fixed line. That still works. I mean, we applied for satellite communication for 10 years, never allowed. But we had a fixed line. And the first thing we did, our staff was, for me, it was remarkable, is we didn't use it for our own internal communications. We thought about our loved ones, our probably worry. Because our resort was intact, fortunately. So everybody just experienced the earthquake and the aftershocks, but they're well fed, they're okay. And our first protocol is nobody leaves the hotel, nobody checks out. It's like Hotel California. You cannot check out because the hotel is the safest place you want to be at this point. So nobody checks out. We don't leave any. I mean, it kicks in, and then we open up the only fixed lines. It's like 2 minutes for each person to call up their loved ones at home, tell them they're okay. Otherwise, it reminds me, yesterday I was sharing sort of like our college days. You have 2 minutes on a payphone, to call your girlfriend, something like that, or families. And so first lesson is really redundancy. If you don't, especially telecommunication, it's such a connected world. Redundancy, you got to have secondary means. And we have redundancy in energy supply too. We have backup generator, we have our own generator, except we didn't have enough diesel oil. And nobody would, well, anyway, that's a totally different story. But the real story happened on the 50 people trapped in the 4 buses on the way. The first bus was closest to the hotel. And there are 3 mountain climbing staff who volunteer themselves out of the first bus to try to walk back to the hotel. But what they did was they collected all the other 27 people's, passengers, managers, and some guests, their phone numbers and their wills, because they don't know at that time. It's life and death. They don't know whether they're going to make it or not. So they climbed through 2 floors of rock slides. I mean, they were climbing. It's not walking. A 30-minute walk turned into a 4-hour hike. And they made it to the hotel, actually, by 12 o'clock. And they report everybody's safe, all accounted for. But our other cars are not too lucky. One car was, but then we're lucky in a way that the drivers were local, Aboriginals. So they know how to, well, here's a lesson. If you're driving, if you happen to be driving and you experience rock slide, drive closer to the mountain. Don't drive to the edge. Drive, because the mountain will show you from the rock slide, because rock slide doesn't come very quickly. You can hear them, you can see them, and then you can stay close to the mountain. And what they did afterwards, after the earthquake, this is even more important now. Good thing our security managers are all there. So security managers said, let's go. They raced to the nearest tunnel, go to the safest structure. They stayed there. However, one of the cars was unfortunately hit by a rock. And our intern, one of the interns had suffered open fracture, which was okay at that time, but 2 days later after he was rescued, he became unconscious and he passed away, unfortunately. So it is indeed super critical to be able to have people out safely and quickly. Yeah. And what's so remarkable after that is we have 4 teams of extraordinarily experienced rescue workers coming from all over Taiwan. And this is the experience. So I always say resilience is forged by crisis, and never waste a crisis. And I recall the 9/21 earthquake 25 years ago in Taiwan changed our building codes. And the SARS, 15 years ago, change our protocol and everything, resilience, and so that we can deal with the COVID crisis. And so the building codes were ready for disasters. And but I think the most important thing for us is that human experience. Because at that time, when you're all trapped and everybody is panicking, and even the employees suffer the same trauma, and how do you get up and start helping each other? It's that connection and connectivity. If we have time, we can talk about it, but thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Pan. Now turn to Joe. I think we see Tzu Chi in every big disaster sites around the globe. I'm very impressed and very curious as how Tzu Chi mobilized your people so quickly, and then maybe you can use this recent earthquake as an example and tell us how you work locally.
Thank you, Jessica, and it is an honor and pleasure to be here. And just as Chairman Pan mentioned, I think resilience is forged by crisis. And as he also mentioned about the earthquake 25 years ago, I think it was back in 2019, that was the 20th anniversary of the 9/21 earthquake. And at that time, there was a very important initiative by the government, by the education government, in that we wanted everybody in our education system to remember that. Because how is a crisis going to forge our resilience if we don't remember it? I'm sure as Chairman Pan mentioned the story, we all remember what happened to us, to all of us, when on that day, on April 3rd. I was there at the epicenter in Hualien. I remember it vividly. 25 years ago, when the earthquake hit in 9/21 in Taiwan, I was in the United States. I didn't know how big the earthquake was. I never knew that it was that big, but now I will remember for the rest of my life how big April 3rd earthquake was. So in 2019, the 20th anniversary of that earthquake, the government started this initiative to make everybody remember. Because imagine, 20 years, at the time it was 20 years. So can you imagine anybody less than 20 years old? What would they think about disaster? What would they think about earthquake? They would probably think about the major disaster is I would have no internet connection. That's probably what they're going to think about. I cannot go on IG, I cannot go on Facebook. That's what they probably think about. They would not know how big of a disaster it is because we failed to educate them. We failed to let them know. So starting from 2019, we forged this bond with the government on the education of the schools, the teachers, making everybody know what to do. And that's what we do. We have experience as an NGO. We have gone through all these, whether it's domestic or international relief, so we know. And then starting in 2020, we have more partnership with the world because, as Mr. Chen here also always helped us with shipping these relief goods to overseas. We realized that during the pandemic that we also need a lot more partners across the world to send all these relief goods. So we started to have these MOUs with different partners, different government, and also private partnership as well. So during that time, it's almost preparing for what's to come. Because on the day of April 3rd, the first phone call we got were from our partners in the local municipal government. They called us because we were in the training together. Our volunteers were their instructors, telling them our experiences in different parts of the world when these disasters happen. We forged very good bonds with these first responders. So then when the government knew that there are going to be these shelters started, we were the first one to call because we're partners, we're in the class together, and they were the instructors. Our volunteers showed up, and they say, oh, Huang Lao Shi, ni hao. They know you because we've been working together. And I think this bond is very important. So coming back to this crisis, forging our resilience, I think very importantly, we have to remember these things. And education is a very important key part of this. And remembering our past and history so that we can go forward.
Thank you so much, Joe. Speaking about taking care of vulnerable groups, I want to go back to Professor Nomura to tell us a bit about evacuating elderlies as the first response and also the longer-term planning.
Thank you very much. So I do think that critical point in disaster response in the aging society is how to long-term care for older people, which is very important. In the aging society, in the population aging, there will be a high demand for not only medical care, but also nursing care. And importantly, the lot of medical disaster assistance team work on medical staff. So there are not enough people for the nursing care. This is the case for Noto earthquake, which happened this year at the beginning. Nursing care is a very important issue in Noto area after a few months later. And also, importantly, nursing care is something that needed for long-term, yearly basis, And a lot of disaster response is all about emergency stages, very, very first stages. So we need to have a system to provide long-term support, including nursing care, a year or 2 years. And then if I could additional point, mental health issue people may have when they are stuck in the evacuation shelters for long term is also a very, very important problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Nomura. And Professor Bersey, what about in the Philippines?
Disaster risk management in the Philippines is primarily founded on a principle of subsidiarity, meaning the primary responsibility for responding to and managing disasters are given at the lowest level of government. This is based on the idea that at the end of the day, all disasters are local. When a disaster strikes, the local people, the local communities, the local governments would feel it the most. And so in that particular context, there's this wisdom that maybe you would also be the best people, the best level of governance that could effectively address the situation. So that's why there's been a lot of efforts now looking into building the capacities of local governments in terms of planning, in terms of enforcing different laws and so on, with the notion that, hoping that, at the end of the day, when the disaster strikes, the people themselves, the localities themselves, will be the one who could help themselves. Because, external support may not be able to come in right away. There could be disruption in the transportation system, in communication and so on. So it's important for the local governments, the local communities, to build their own resilience. And that's where I think where education comes in, as mentioned by Joe. The second point is the fact that, since 2010, when we have adopted a new law on disaster risk management, we shifted from a responsive response-oriented disaster management to one that is that's more proactive in nature. So the paradigm shifted from disaster management to disaster risk management. So I think that's an important aspect because since 2010, and especially after Yolanda in 2013, we have started thinking more seriously about understanding the science of risks, understanding the science of natural hazards, and blending it, merging it with local knowledge. That's the second point I'd like to make. So now we're doing risk assessment and looking at using that as basis for preparedness, for mitigation and prevention, and so on. Of course, it's easier said than done because the country is like what? It's more than 7,000 islands, and we have actually several thousand LGU, local governments. The third point, the third, I would say, interesting aspect of disaster risk management that we have now is the participation of civil society. As you may know, since after 1986, after the revolution, the civil society space has expanded, has been quite vibrant in the Philippines. And in the area of disaster risk management, we have actually allowed that to grow also. In all of our local governments, for example, we have about 1,720. Each of the local government is required to establish a local disaster risk management council. And in that council, in each council, 4 seats are allocated for NGOs and 1 for private sector. So I think that's a kind of an important element that allows for this, at least an official and formal structure for civil society and the government and the private sector to engage together as they plan and coordinate for not only for disaster response, but for pre-disaster planning and coordination. Yeah.
Thank you. Joe, as the Director of Lean Planning for Volunteer Development of Tzu Chi, Tzu Chi is always the first we see, in a lot of incidents, Tzu Chi is always the first to arrive at the disaster scene. Could you share with us on how Tzu Chi train your volunteers?
Yes, thank you. This is always something that we hear, that Tzu Chi volunteers are always the first on the scene. And that is possible because these things are happening locally, as Dr. Versailles mentioned, that all disasters are local. And it's happening to the neighborhood. And what the training for the volunteers that we have is to make sure that everybody care. We are conditioned to care for our villages, our families, not only our families, but our villages, our communities, our cities around us, so that we know that we are grateful. And in Chinese, it's called 感恩. What are we grateful for? We're grateful because we are who we are, because the community and the society, the country, has given us this opportunity and the resources to make us succeed. So now it is time that we need to care for it. When this society and community is hurt and it's damaged and it's needed help, we are there to first respond. That's why when all disasters are local, that's why our volunteers are always the first on the scene, because that's their home. And so that's what we do to try to condition our volunteers, not through just the education of the actual, what do you do in the first aid? What do you do when you have to lead the people out of danger zones? What do you do in the first emergency cases? It's not just these technical aspects, but also conditioned to care, conditioned to be more than just connected, be more than just, oh yeah, I know something happened. For example, our international relief work involved not just disaster relief, but also man-made. We have the refugees, whether it's from Ukraine going to Poland, and we have the refugees from Syria going to Jordan and Turkey. We have gone there to make sure that the people of Jordan, the people of Turkey, the people of Poland, that we have established volunteer bases there to care about these things that's happening around them. We are living in a very peaceful society here. We turn on the TV, we see the wars going on, we see disasters going on, but we are conditioned to care more about just what we see on TV, but what more can we do as an individual? That's our education. So not just on the technical part, but also conditioned to have the passion, to drive, to do something more for the people in need. That's our education. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Stephen, I read a recent interview published on Business Today talking about, there's one thing really stood out to me, which you said when hospitality turned into resilience, soft power will become hard power. And with that, I would like you to share your take on resilience in the situation of disaster and summarize our panel.
I think we all have a lot to learn with Tzu Chi, and indeed, community is the key. During the most recent earthquake that we had, our resort actually also brought in, took care of over 100 hikers and local villagers. And we became the disaster relief center for the whole, the Taroko National Park. And over the years, actually, even during the COVID, I think it's very important when we supported the community. We actually, during COVID, we laid off tour guides to give us lessons on local culture. And so throughout I think the resilience should be built or can be built into everything we do. It's in our DNA. And our DNA is really is anchored by a golden rule: treat the others the same way we wish to be treated. So when it happened, everybody rose up, and I felt that, everybody was traumatized, and we focus. You talk about mental. This is really the key. Actually, things can get very chaotic and unmanageable when people lost touch with the outside world, when the communication is down. It's probably more cause for disaster than the disaster itself. Yeah. So human connection is really the key in times like this. And I can share experience. Our emergency response team is directed to every stakeholder, to the guests, but also to the employees, and also for their loved ones, for the disaster response team, local government, and also to the media, communications. So I cannot say I was joking, but because our general managers was in Taipei, our managers were trapped in a row, and then later evacuated to Hualien, and most of our people were in the mountains. But also because we are separated in three different ways. So our Taipei office was calling every guest's family and every staff's family to let them know they're okay. They're safe in the hotel. And this is very important. So I feel, and that becomes power to recover, power to learn, and power for resilience. That's how I felt when the power of hospitality, something so soft, can build lasting resilience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephen. And with that, thank you. Thank you for participating in our panel. Thank you, and thank you for, please remain a seat.
Thank you. Please put your hands together to thank our panelists and also our moderator for this very fruitful discussion. And disasters are local indeed, but helping hands are international, as we are seeing right now in this room. And now, while our guests are making their way back down to the stage, and also our staff and our team members are trying to rearrange our stage, I would like to ask you for your attention. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Taiwan's Vice President-elect, Bi King-Xiao, to the forum. Everyone, please join me in giving her a robust round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. So it's very clear that Vice President-elect Xiao's presence here has a very significant meaning to our event. And thank you. Please now take your seat. Thank you. And before we continue our program, we would like now to take a group photo while our photographers are already on the stage. And please prepare your smile. And for those of you who are wearing your face masks, please remember to remove your face mask so we can see your beautiful smile. And on the count by our photographer, 1, 2, 3, smile, cheers. Are we all good? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I believe that you have already made, your beautiful smiles are already captured by our photographers just then on the stage. Okay, and now with great anticipation, because we have already a very fantastic lineup of speakers this morning, and then we are also very honored to have Vice President-elect Shirley Kim to take the stage, and she's going to share her vision that probably is going to echo our first keynote speech this morning, that can Taiwan play a leadership role in the Asia Pacific. So Vice President-elect Michelle, please join us on the stage. Thank you.
CAPRI Chair Shirley Lin, Ambassador Gilmore, distinguished panelists, speakers, and participants at this 2024 CAPRI Annual Forum. It is my heartfelt pleasure to be here today. I know you've had a very productive and very intense morning of discussions. Please bear with me for the next 15 to 20 minutes as we look to wrapping up not only today's session, but also looking forward to building a role for Taiwan as a leader in the Asia Pacific. I want to thank Shirley for inviting me to address this annual forum. And more importantly, I also want to express my admiration for her leadership in founding CAPRI, a nonpartisan Taiwan-based international think tank. Since its founding, CAPRI has already established close and much-needed partnerships with renowned research institutions around the world to ensure that the voices and interests of Taiwan are not left out in critical international discussions. I'm honored also to address this audience along with Ambassador Gilmore, whose staunch and unwavering support for Ukraine and its defense against aggression is admirable. 2 weeks ago, the supplemental appropriations bill for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan were approved by Congress and immediately signed into law by President Biden. I'm grateful to all who have advocated tirelessly for the security assistance. This bill demonstrates the U.S. continuing commitment to supporting allies and partners in the face of geopolitical challenges. It is also a solid demonstration of U.S. global leadership in the fight to defend democratic values and a rules-based international order. But beyond thanking our international friends for their support, it is important that as Taiwanese, we invest in building our own strengths first. Through our own efforts in building a resilient Taiwan, we must have the confidence that Taiwan is worthy of galvanizing international support and that the success of Taiwan is also important to the world. So for today's event, I was asked to address the rhetorical question of whether Taiwan can play a leadership role in the Asia Pacific. Of course, I'd say yes. Taiwan can lead. Not only can Taiwan help, but Taiwan can lead. But I must say that not only can Taiwan play a leadership role, but Taiwan's leadership is important to the world. Why do I believe that Taiwan can play a leadership role? First of all, Taiwan is an island of resilience, a society that has overcome hardship. Second, by overcoming hardships and challenges, Taiwan has built unique characteristics and strengths that put Taiwan squarely in the limelight as a beacon of global progress. And third, by making such progress, Taiwan's success and prosperity are closely woven into global interests. Taiwan has become an important contributor to the world in many ways and in multiple domains, far beyond our borders. Now let me elaborate on these points. In her 2022 Double 10 address, President Tsai made a pledge to transform Taiwan into an island of resilience. And over the past 2 years, efforts across ministries and sectors have produced achievements in Taiwan's economic, social, democratic, and defense resilience. Last year, Premier Chen Jianren came to this CAPRI International Forum, also addressing Taiwan's resilience. We highlight the word resilience, and I like to use that a lot, because Taiwan's emergence is a journey against all odds. Taiwan is an island very much familiar with typhoons and earthquakes, mudslides and droughts. We have not been endowed with the types of natural resources that have dominated the past century of global energy production. And the densely populated island has very little spare land for agriculture and industry. Until recently, Taiwan's people had survived the world's longest one-party martial law system and centuries of governance by rulers transplanted from abroad. At this moment, Taiwan is bombarded with cyber attacks, disinformation, and political interference, in addition to near-daily military incursions into our vicinity, all aimed at coercing and crippling the public will to safeguard our free and democratic way of life. Against all these odds, and long overshadowed by our larger neighbors, Taiwan's remarkable story of perseverance and determination has propelled it onto the world stage. Despite facing numerous challenges, including diplomatic isolation, limited natural resources, and intense geopolitical pressures, plus all the challenges that I just listed, Taiwan has forged a path to global leadership, driven by its unwavering spirit and unrelenting pursuit of excellence. Taiwan's against all odds journey is a testament to the power of human ingenuity, adaptability, and the spirit of collaboration. As we look closely at Taiwan's evolution, it becomes clear that this underdog story is not just a tale of survival, but a blueprint for success and leadership in an increasingly complex and interconnected world. I believe that Taiwan's leadership in the Asia-Pacific can be highlighted in a number of areas, parallel to areas of resilience that President Tsai's administration has promoted: political, social, and economic. Let me first talk about Taiwan's political leadership. And I'm not referencing politicians. I'm referencing Taiwan as a society and the leadership role that we as a people can play in the region. Our democratic transition is broadly recognized. Many of you are familiar with the international statistics that put Taiwan at the very top in this region in terms of political freedoms, basic human rights, free speech, and media. And since 1996, the people of Taiwan have become masters of our destiny by choosing over and again our own domestic political leadership through free and fair elections. And despite fierce domestic political competition, the Taiwanese people have persisting in ensuring that the political process has mostly been peaceful and inclusive. Intending to play a broader leadership role in the region, Taiwan has also made itself home base for an increasing number of international NGOs, think tanks, and media organizations. that require a free political environment to function. Taiwan has also taken the lead in sharing with others through workshops and exchanges practices of building media literacy as we strive to counter evolving challenges of disinformation and political interference. The process of refining our own democracy and strengthening our institutions has not been easy. And we continue to build resilience on a path fraught with hurdles and dangers. It's like one of those traditional Mario Brother gaming routes. We've been navigating deadly traps and obstacles while at the same time withstanding punches and attacks from all sides. With scars and wounds of frustration, our democracy continues to move forward steadily, recharged with energy from a population determined not to go back to authoritarianism, and with hopes and expectations that we are not alone on this path. Now let me talk about Taiwan's social leadership. Our political transition historically has opened doors to social activism, and Taiwanese have also become leaders in social progress. As our government has endorsed the spirit of DEIA, or diversity, equity, inclusiveness, and accessibility, our society has also advanced to embrace social justices that empower and make Taiwan a regional leader. Though far from reaching ideal standards, Taiwan's advances in universal healthcare, accessibility, gender equality, LGBTQ rights, and labor rights inspire others in this region. And wow, we are so proud of Nymphia Wind winning a global drag queen competition. This is proof that Taiwan's societal progress provides the best nutrients for both communities and individuals to thrive and shine, no matter who they are. In the realm of societal resilience, I also want to highlight Taiwan's abilities in disaster response. We just heard the last session with some discussions on this. Living among typhoons and earthquakes, we've been compelled to develop responses across the board in sheltering, search and rescue, water and power supplies, and recovery. We have built a model of public-private collaboration in preparedness. Units of our society, from volunteer firefighting and rescue organizations to religious charity groups, have together, with different levels of government, formed an effective lattice network that is foundation of stability and security in our society. Every challenge and threat along the way compels us to be constantly on alert and consistently improving ourselves. And beyond better securing our people's safety, the Taiwanese people also lead the region in being one of the most generous suppliers of humanitarian assistance and charity. From donating PPEs around the world during the COVID-19 pandemic to providing hot meals to natural disaster affected zones across the region, wherever there is a disaster or humanitarian need, there will be some form of Taiwanese help, either public or private, or both, most often. Despite the hard reality of our international isolation, Taiwan has managed to lead in our soft power as a force for good, extending the influence of kindness and humanity across the region. Now let me talk about the third area, economic leadership. Taiwan was once synonymous with low-cost, high-volume production. But we have reinvented ourselves as a hotbed of high-tech innovation, leveraging our strengths in research and development, design engineering, to create a thriving ecosystem of startups and entrepreneurs. This pivot has been instrumental in propelling the island to the forefront of the global economy, driving growth, creating jobs, and fostering a culture of innovation that is increasingly being recognized on the global stage. While international headlines tend to focus on the highly accomplished tech sector and the giants in our IC industry, I want to point out that Taiwan's strengths remain in our highly innovative and nimble small and medium-sized enterprises, who together form an ecosystem of growth. This growth is fueled by a combination of government initiatives, strategic investments, and deep-seated commitment to education and workforce development. As a result, Taiwan has emerged as a magnet for international talent, not only attracting entrepreneurs, but also attracting those who cherish the free and open environment in which innovation can take place. But the spirit of always striving to be better that is innate in many Taiwanese people's characters compels us to identify and cope with existing challenges too, such as the equity of growth in other services and traditional sectors, addressing wage and income gaps, demographic challenges, affordable housing, and accessibility to new digital and AI tools. On this front, Taiwan seeks to lead through innovation, but also be open to learning from others. Let me conclude by saying that as the world grapples with the complexities of the 21st century, Taiwan's story of resilience and adaptability has fueled its self-confidence to lead by example, offering inspiration to other nations seeking to overcome their own hardships and challenges. At its core, the Taiwan template is built on a foundation of resilience forged in the crucible of adversity and shaped by our precarious existence in the shadow of a giant neighbor. This resilience has enabled Taiwan to navigate the treacherous waters of global politics, to adapt to and be ahead of the shifting tides in the global economy, and to innovate in the face of uncertainty. It is a template that emphasizes the importance of human capital, investing in education and skills to create a highly adaptable and entrepreneurial workforce. And it is a model that recognizes the value of social cohesion, promoting a sense of shared purpose and collective responsibility that has enabled Taiwan to build an inclusive and equitable society. Looking ahead, President Lai and I are committed to leveraging these assets as we work to forge stronger partnerships with like-minded societies around the world. I thank you for your interest in our vision, and I thank you for your interest in molding a path forward for Taiwan as a leader in this region. I look forward to continuing collaboration, not only with CAPRI, but with all the forces of our society who are present here today, as well as with our international partners. Thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Vice President-elect Xiao, for that inspiring and forward-looking keynote. Please return to your seats. Over this way, please. Thank you very much, Ms. Xiao. Indeed, Taiwan does not stop at helping our international partners, but is also poised now to lead in this region. And this is indeed an island of resilience. And now, as our colleagues now setting the stage for our final closing remarks, it is also a perfect moment to pause here and reflect on the wealth of knowledge and insight we have collected today. We are very fortunate to have a lot of panelists contributing your wisdom and your analysis and your insight. And thank you for gracing our forum today. And thus far, discussions have woven a very rich tapestry of ideas and illuminating our path forward. And now, as our forum draws to a close, it is my distinct pleasure to invite Professor Syaru Shirley Ling, Chair of CAPRI. Again, please come back to the stage for the concluding remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Professor Syaru Ling. Shirley Ling, thank you.
See, it's very hard. Kim and I are about the same height. Too short for most podiums. Thank you, Vice President Xiao, for reaffirming Taiwan as an island of resilience, which is also why CAPRI is based in Taipei. And again, thank you all, and so many of you returning for the second time for our annual forum. We also would like to thank Governor Gilmore for his introductory remarks today. And the Vice President also highlighted values which CAPRI shares, namely inclusivity, independence, and integrity. A big thank you also to each of our wonderful speakers today. I also want to send my deepest appreciation to our very small staff from 8 different countries who worked tirelessly in Taipei for months and moderated most of the panels that you heard from today. It's been an incredible 4 hours, touching on so many important issues for the region, and I wish to reiterate my thanks to our partners who are here from so far away and supported today's proceedings. CAPRI USA, the National Bureau of Asian Research, the Partnership for Health System Sustainability and Resilience, Nikkei Asia, and Commonwealth Magazine. Personally, a key takeaway is that although we're living through very, very difficult times, there are still significant forces advocating for an open, collaborative, and international future, starting with Governor Gilmore's very optimistic remarks that America can and will lead. While we have heard a diverse range of opinions this morning, I think we could be sure that with people like yourself, supporters of CAPRI, and leaders like Governor Gilmore and Vice President Xiao, that we have possibilities and we can collaborate across sectors, fields, and geographies to face these difficult challenges together. Taiwan's strong civil society can play a critical role in guiding the Asia-Pacific through the coming years, supporting its leaders to chart a course towards a more resilient future. We chose the theme of this year's annual forum because it is relevant for the region as it is for the world. A core part of our mission is not only to foster dialogue and problem solving among neighbors in the Asia-Pacific, but also share instructive experiences across disaster response, green energy, transformative technologies, health system strengthening, and economic integration from this region to contribute to the world. Now that after 2 years, CAPRI has experienced rapid growth but remains as ambitious in this mission as ever. We continue to evolve and innovate and are incredibly fortunate to have a wide network of experts, many of whom join us here today to offer their insights and advice. Thank you for the CAPRI Board of Directors and to the International Advisory Council members, to our senior fellows, supporters, and staff again. With the continued support of such dedicated individuals, CAPRI is entering its 3rd year, and here, this is the most important message. Next year, it will be on May 12, 2025. So please mark it on your calendar, and again, it will be open to the public. We also would like to announce that our newly established sister organization in the United States, CAPRI USA, has been launched. And I want to personally thank Vice President Xiao, who was Ambassador Xiao before we were even founded. With her support, we started our research at the University of Virginia and now has evolved to become an independent organization, CAPRI USA. Thank you. We hope that you will join us, and thank you for coming today, and we hope to see you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Lin. Please stay where you are. Please stay on the stage. We're now going to move on to the next session of photo ops. However, we would like to ask our audience members to again take this moment and put your hands together to thank all our contributors and our panelists and moderators today. Please give them another round of applause. Thank you very much. Yeah. And as we have the Professor Ling on the stage, we are now going to move up to the photo op session. We would like to ask for your patience with us. We would like to ask the members of the audience to stay in your seats while we are going to take 3 photos by different groups. And first, we would like to invite Vice President-elect Xiao to join us on the stage, together with Governor Gilmore, please. There is a T mark on the stage. Please move to the center of the stage where the T mark is for the photo op. Thank you very much. Can we ask the staff to guide our guests? Thank you. Yeah. So the photographer, please give your cue. 3, 2, 1, one more. Okay. Okay. Are we all done? One more. Are we good? 都可以了吗？好, okay. So again, for your patience, I would like to ask for your patience. Please stay on the stage. We're going to call onto the stage a group of distinguished guests to join our 3 distinguished guests on the stage. Please move on to the stage when your names are called. Mr. Stanshi Shi Zhenrong, Professor Harry Harding, Professor Zhan Changquan, Professor Alicia Garcia Elelo, Mr. Jeffrey Schwartz, Mr. Stephen Pan Siliang, Ms. Constance Chang, and Ms. Barbara Kamalata, and Mr. Sanjoy Joshi, Professor Wei Shi, Professor Margaret Riley, Professor Christopher Bursey, Mr. Charles Chang, Mr. Ling Wuguo, Mr. Alex Lee, and Ms. Jennifer Shi. Please join us on the stage and follow the guidance of our staff. And I would like to ask our staff to guide our distinguished guests onto the stage and show them where they should stand for the photo op. Thank you very much. Again, I would like to ask the audience members' patience. Thank you very much for your cooperation to ensure the proceedings can go smoothly for our photo op. Thank you. Thank you. So do we have everyone on the stage? Can our staff kindly guide our guests to their spot for photo op? Thank you very much. Are we all good? Yeah. So our photographers are over here. 谁要先举手好吗？哎，你们都同时举手。Okay, so please stand closer. Please stand closer. So maybe we can. 我们先从左边开始啊，先从 Please look at the photographer who raises his hand. On my count. 好，下一位举手。So look at. Okay, we have 2. Okay, just this one. Okay, the next photographer, please. We would like to ask the guests on the stage still maintain where you are, because we're going to ask another group of guests to join us on the stage. And when your names are called, please join us on the stage. Now I would like to invite Ms. Grace Liu Jingjing, and Dr. Liang Bosong, and Professor David Arase, Professor Shuhei Nomura, and Mr. Zhou Huang Sihao, also Mr. Michael Wills, Professor Yu Song, Professor Goshen Sachdeva, Ms. Alison Swowinski, Dr. Jerry Su, and Dr. Vita Chen. Please, when your names are called, join us on the stage. And for this group of guests, we would like to ask the first group of guests to move to the back of the row and to allow our new guests to join into the photo op. Thank you. So please follow the instruction of our staff. They're going to guide you to your spots for photo op. Thank you very much. Again, we would like to ask the patience of our audience members for this photo op. Thank you very much. 非常感谢我们今天在场的所有的贵宾哦，请你们就是再稍有耐心一些，等待我们的这个合照的环节结束。 Thank you. So are we all good? We would like to ask this gentleman to step forward. Yeah. Make sure you find space between the shoulders of the guests in the first row so we can all see your beautiful smiles. We want to make sure that we can see everyone's faces in our photo. Yeah. Okay. So 请问谁要先开始？那就站着的这位。Okay, so our photographer is here ready. Okay, 可以下提示吗？Okay, so who? Okay, this one. Okay, 下一位。And 谁是下一个？谁是下一位？好 ，this gentleman here will be the next one. Okay, 还有吗 ？Okay, this gentleman. Okay, okay, thank you very much for your patience. Again, for the guests on the stage, please stay where you are to ensure the smooth proceeding of our exit. We would now like to invite Governor Gilmore and Vice President-elect Xiao and also Professor Ling to first make their exit. And at this time, we would like to kindly ask all our guests to maintain your seats or on the stage. Please stay on the stage. We would like to ask all the guests to stay on the stage. 也请现场的观众朋友呢，先不要离席。我们先请我们的3位主宾先离开。Thank you, thank you very much. 非常谢谢大家，也非常谢谢大家今天在场所有的朋友的莅临。Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you. And please be patient with us while we're waiting for the governor and also vice president-elect and Professor Ling to make their exit. Please to be patient and remain with us on the stage.
CAPRI staff, the VIP escort, please come up to the stage. CAPRI staff, VIP escort, please come up to the stage. Come up stage and gather your group, please. Gather your group, please.
So while we're waiting for Professor Ling and Governor Gilmore and Vice President-elect Xiao to make their exit out of this venue,